right, give me a minute to
Hey, Joseph, we're finally back.
update a few things here, y'all.
We made it out alive.
Barely.
What's up, King Fresh? Hey.
What's up, Fresh? We literally hopped on 3 seconds ago, King. You're
Perfect
timing. I just
Absolutely.
need to update. I need to update some info here, and then we'll be ready to go. How are y'all feeling, man? It has been a minute.
Joseph, getting there. I'll say getting there.
It's going to be a process.
We've had a little bit of technical difficulties with some of the stuff going on in the house that we're staying in, but honestly, we're overall good. We're safe, so that's pretty comfy.
That's what matters. 10 tracks left. I got you, King. Let me just update some things here real quick. I got to update the line from the last time because we haven't been on for a week,
really, Joseph.
weeks.
What's going on? I'm sorry to hear that. I'm confident that if that does happen, you will find something even better, but I hope it doesn't. Okay. Well, I have my fingers crossed for you. Keep us updated for sure. I know if that does end up happening, you'll be completely fine. No worries about you. You're so talented.
Absolutely, man. I am sorry to hear that. So I'm catching up as I update things.
But honestly, we don't know, so. I know, right? Could be a blessing in disguise for real.
What's up, jukebox?
Sometimes things push us into having to be like even more creative, and they can be like blessings in disguise, you know.
Boom, fresh. Got you. All right, y'all tap the screen, share out the live. We got to get to 5,000 likes and 20 shares on the talk before we kick things off. King Fresh.
I'm going to help us get to 1K likes on TikTok just to give us a boost.
Hell yeah. All right, Fresh, you got 25 on the board.
I always love
got you that bonus the
tapping.
Last time too.
Tapping.
Bronson's in the building. What's up, Bronson? How are y'all feeling today?
Right, Joseph? Literally.
Let's go check. Check 1, 2. Yeah, if y'all would like to submit your music, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, read through and follow all the steps. If you would like to, join us on our main. What's up, Musha over there? Appreciate you hopping in.
Yeah, what's up? Do you want to play music? It's so quiet.
Yeah, I'm just updating everything as we go.
Musha boom. Remind me who that is again. I know.
Is that Katie? Or am I making that up?
I don't know.
Seiko, what's up, Royal? Appreciate you hopping in.
I think it is, right?
There we go.
Okay, good. What's up, Katie?
Hit your highest note. I don't know if that's my highest note right now. CBZ, what's up? All our windows shatter.
It has to be your music for feedback and not others, right? Just somebody you know.
Got
ideally, you know, not like somebody that's already big or something, because then what benefit would it do for us to like break it down and go over consultation? And
definitely. All right, y'all, we're gonna get things going here in just a minute. Fresh, I got you up there ready to go. Sounds good. No worries at all. And we always want to remind y'all that even if you leave for a minute in the middle of your thing or something comes up at work, you get a call or whatever it may be, and we're still going through the consultation, all of these are recorded to YouTube indefinitely. So on the Obsidian Key YouTube page, the YouTube channel, you can find all of these recorded, and they're also saved to Twitch for 2 weeks as well once the live is over. So if you ever miss anything or your service goes out or something like that, you always have the option to go back and re-engage with it as needed.
This is all so tight right here.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously not ideal, but we'll make it happen. What's up, Tiffy? Piano guy, welcome in. All right, y'all, we're getting things flowing here. Let me just make sure I have everything updated.
What's up, Tiffy? Good to see you. It's been a while.
Right.
It's been a hot minute. Hope you're doing well.
Beautiful. All right.
Thanks,
Jacoby,
Joseph.
what's up? All right. Bronson, I got you, man. Oh, I'm excited to see or to hear a Bronson track. We do not hear.
Me too. I feel like I've heard.
You
Bronson
probably
before,
would have
right?
been on the other side.
Gotcha. So it's been a while.
It's been a minute.
Yay,
Bronson is
I love that.
very, very talented musician, producer, etc., etc.
I feel like I'm following you though, Bronson.
Let's
Let's
go.
see. I was probably just in the chat at that time. Yeah, friends. Well, I'm glad to be on this side of things and
Got you.
offer some
You're set.
branding, marketing, any visual help that I possibly can.
Large V, you're welcome in. I've been doing construction. Fun stuff, man. All right, y'all keep tapping the screen, sharing out the live. We're going to get things flowing here in a bit. We just got to get to 5K and 20 shares. If you would like to submit for a long-form consultation, you want to get into the nuance of your music, whether it's production and mixing, whether it's image and style, aesthetic, things like that. What's up, Retrack?
Hi, Retrack.
Then go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and then you'll see all the steps.
We
right
won't
there.
be mean. We won't be mean. You know us in here. It's the vibe track.
I will
for a
not
reason.
hold back.
But we won't hold back. Yeah.
But I'm not a.
We'll offer as much helpful feedback and practical feedback that we can.
I'm just not a mean person.
Tiffy, that's cool. What genre are you trying to tackle?
Okay, so Bronson and King Fresh, I got you on there.
I might be a little mean in person that can't read my comment.
I might be a little. Hold on. I might be a little mean. No. yeah, start from scratch, bro. Start from scratch. I'm too tired to make sense of that.
Genre blending with a rock/country sound and trap drums mostly.
Let's go.
Nice. I can picture that for you, yeah. But we're calling it new country. Cool. That's awesome. I might be a little mean person who can't read my comment. Guy in TikTok chat. Oh, Bronson.
Got you. Yeah, if you're on,
Joseph on Twitch is saying he might be a little mean.
If you are,
but we already know Joseph, and he probably won't. Like 95% sure that he won't.
Current, if you would like to read through the details of what we have, go to my link tree, click, what's up, Kraken? Go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, read through and follow all the steps. You'll be ready to go. Each of these consultations typically are, 20 to 30 minutes long. We're going to get into the nuance of your production elements and sound design, your mix and master, of course. We're going to get into style, aesthetic, image, branding, things like that as well. So if you're looking for a full spectrum breakdown of what you're doing creatively, then that's what this community is all about.
I'm excited. Dude, I would love to hear it.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
If you have a demo, I would love to hear it. What's up, Kraken? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
I can't control it.
And then circling back, the move is going. It was very intense and overwhelming, and there's been some difficulties with the house that we're staying in, but overall it's we can't complain too much. We got a safe space to stay. We have a roof over our head. We have a comfy bed, right? So we have food, and yeah, we're very, very lucky.
This is a middle spot for us too. So it's just like a little chaotic because we're kind of bouncing. We're gonna bounce around for a minute, but like Elizabeth said, we're happy to just be safe and taken care of.
Thank you guys for asking. Y'all are so sweet.
You so much. It's been a good experience as far as moves go. We've had a lot of help, and that's been nice, but it was across state, so that's always
there's
Texas
just naturally going to be some challenges, right? And
any move is hard, so it's like baseline, it's going to be a bit chaotic, but as far as moves go, it hasn't been the worst. We've had much worse moves. We've moved a ton. We've had much worse moves before. Thank you so much for the time.
This is kind of different for us, where we'll be in a spot for like a few weeks until we move into the home that we'll be in for a longer period of time. So it is different, but it's kind of fun. We're like just looking at it as an adventure and making the most of it. That sounds like it could be kind of cool lo-fi.
I need to make a lo-fi version of the song.
I know, right?
Whoops.
I was just thinking that.
I want to make a lo-fi record of a lot.
So is this a partial? So this is a partial move until your final move. Exactly.
This is like our halfway house, and then we'll.
Our halfway house. That's something else, right? Yeah, what does that mean?
But something a little different. But this is our.
We don't really do quick ratings just because that's not like in the vein of what we do at all. I know there's a lot of spaces that do that on TikTok. But what we do here is a lot more thorough. So if you'd like to hang out, we do giveaways every now and then. It's a really generous community that donates to put other people on and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
So we would absolutely love to have you just be a part of the community, Current.
Absolutely. 100%.
And I'm sure that you'll get played at some point. But yeah, we'll be here for like maybe, I don't know, somewhere between 3 and 6 weeks-ish.
Yeah.
So we're very excited to get our more permanent studio set up, and it's just going to be very, very exciting for all of us in the community, right?
Let me know really quick who just sent the 10 on the Ven. Who sent 10 on Ven? Let me know who that is. I just want to double check a couple things before we get y'all up on the board. And
yeah, no worries at all, Current. We also do have a Discord, so if you'd like to tap in with our community more, with the Vibe Tribe, we do have a promotions channel. We have a community review channel that is free, so you can throw your stuff in there if you want to while you're hanging out in here. And just a lot of people will give feedback that they learn a lot just by hanging out in here, even like not getting a breakdown on their own music.
What's up, Cayman?
So,
oh, that's you.
Those are just some options if you're interested. We would love to have you.
AOEC, I got your 10. So what I want you to do is go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. That's where everything is. You'll want to read through all of those details. So I'm going to hang on to that for now. Go through and read all of those details before you do anything else. I do have the 10 on the Ven from you. But go to the link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, read through it, and follow all the details there. You can always check. Actually, let me get the line up here. Boom. There we go. You can always check the line on our main platform as well, which is the purple app, what we call it. You can see the line, the minimums, the orders. That is our main platform. Yeah, I got your retrack. It should be up now. I'm running everything different. I've changed setups 4 times in the last month as we've been moving around and stuff. So hopefully we'll get everything moving in the right direction.
Yeah, thank you for letting us know. Is it fixed now?
Yeah, it should be.
Should be, yeah. Ooh, congratulations. Yeah, those are good ones.
Talking dirty, Cayman. I love it. I love it. Melodyne will change your life when used correctly. And Auto-Tune will ruin your life when used incorrectly. Both are great practical tools that can butcher what you do or make you sound phenomenal. It can be magic or a curse.
How is everyone else doing? How was Easter, if you celebrate, or even if you just, decide to hang out with family that day?
Yeah.
Do Easter egg hunts. I'm trying to do an Easter egg hunt sometime. That sounds fun. Like an adult one. What's up, fool?
You got the DX11. Let's go. Let's go. DX11 is great. You'll love it, man.
Yeah.
Great FM synth.
Okay, Joseph,
Sounds
good luck,
Joseph.
And keep us updated.
All the good vibes, man. Fool on the Hill, good to see you in here. Oh, yeah. You never want to track with open ear. There's even just bad, not very well sealed closed back headphones can still give you a lot of issues. Last effect. Let's go. Yeah, I got you. No worries.
Oh my gosh, this was weirding me out so much because I was putting my phone down, but then I didn't see anything. But it's this little tiny
why is this
clear
like
thing.
that?
Dude, it was creepy. It felt like anti-gravity or something.
It's brutal. One thing came in, obviously, ideal situation. You get you a good pair of closed back headphones, right? I mean, if you want to go cheap, get some like HTX 20s or something like, or the M20s from Audio-Technica are fine. They're cheap. They're super, like $40-$50, right? If you want to go cheap and get you a decent pair, it's not great to mix on just because you're going to lose a lot of bass response. Obviously, if you can push it, there's better closed back headphones. Another trick, if you only have open back, or you have really shitty headphones that you're recording with during your tracking phase, carve all the high end above like 7K, 8K hertz when you're tracking, especially if you have like loose headphones, open back headphones, or earbuds and stuff like that, so that none of like the sharpness of the click and your main track actually comes through outside of the mix. You limit it to like 7 or 8K. And then of course just bypass that EQ whenever you get back into mixing and editing and comping and stuff like that. That can help. I'm not saying that's a great fix, but if you find yourself like, dude, I've got a $20 pair of headphones or some Turtle Beaches or some stuff that just is not working well to track and you're not ready to drop at least like 150 on some DT770s or M50s or something like that. If you're not ready to go that far, than just track with all the high end carved. It will be odd. It's going to be odd, but it is going to allow you to lose some of like your hi-hats coming through the mix, so your click track coming through the mix, stuff like that. It's helpful.
Katie,
it's helpful.
I love that so much. That sounds really cute. Was it like a strawberry shortcake? That sounds so yummy and like a fun experience. And then John, what's up? Good to see you.
Yo.
It's an in-between spot. So we will be here for a few weeks until the house that we're going to move into is ready. So yeah, 3 to 6 weeks ish.
Thank you for the gifts, Fresh. I appreciate it. Yeah, I love Melodyne. To me, they're different tools. They accomplish different things. Like obviously there is a graphical mode for Intara's Autotune that you can use. But to me, they're different tools with different capacities, right? It's like an LA2A versus 1176. They just have kind of different strengths that are, can be applied in different ways, but they're both compressors, right? It's kind of the way that I look at Melodyne and Autotune.
Yay, got you, Tiffy. I love that. I'm glad. What's up, Kaylin? Good to see you.
It's the way that I see, Intara's versus
and Melodyne. Also,
different
thank you so much,
different
John.
Strengths. And I got your
slowly but surely we will get settled and it will be really nice.
Kaylin, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much for that. I'll get that distributed as soon as we get the board running. Oh, so sweet.
Here, Kaylin donated. Yes, he did. Is Keeman still here? Yay, Tiffy, I'm excited. Yeah, 100%, John.
All right, let me get John up there, and then Jeffrey Bomb. I'm just waiting for yours. I have your email. I'm just waiting for yours to come in, and then I'll double check over on. I think it's through
John's
the
30.
Got you, John. John Bucci, got you. Got you.
Kaylin, how is everything? Can't wait to hang out.
Good to see you, bro. Ooh, let's go, John. Beautiful. And then this came in on the website, I believe.
Absolutely. Once we get a little more settled, it's been chaotic. We'll have lots to update you on.
Yeah.
It's just been kind of crazy, but overall we're doing okay. And then of course it'll be much easier once we're fully in town.
Got you, Bronson. And let me just double check.
We need to turn those TikTok notifications off. Jeez.
I feel like I have 50 times. TikTok's so annoying.
It's crazy.
Bronson brag.
And then AOEC.
So AOEC. Yeah, okay, so I do have your email. To make sure that you read through all of the steps.
Yeah, if you only sent a 10, then that just kind of lets us know that you haven't read through the steps, because the minimum is 15. So just please do us a favor and make sure you read through all of the steps. And if you're still confused after reading through those, there is an FAQ section as well. We just want to make sure that you guys know what you're signing up for and all that kind of fun stuff.
I'm more than happy to. More than happy to push them to the front. Let me know if you're cool with that, Kaylin. I can absolutely do that. Bronson's amazing. Yeah, we're in a very untreated, brutal room right now. So there's definitely gonna be bleed between the condenser whenever she's talking and stuff like that. There's gonna be some cross bleed.
It's not gonna be the most ideal for a few weeks, guys, but bear with us.
Yeah. There's definitely
we will have a studio space very soon.
Phasing is one of very few issues that we have here. Let's wait till I get everyone on here. Let me wait till I get AOEC. I mean, technically we could give it to AOEC as well.
As a little boost, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think is it their first time? Since they didn't know how to do it?
I believe so. AOEC, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here. I as an audio, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you so much.
57 for everything. This is not my main vocal mic. We're just in a mobile setup here. Got you, Tiffy. And then
welcome in, AOAC. Do us a favor and go read through those steps. Let us know if you have any questions once you've read through all those things.
Got you, Tiffy. Got you.
We may have a boost for you for your first time. But yeah, no problem.
Tiffy bomb, got you. All right, y'all. We're getting things moving here in a minute. We're already at 6.6K. Y'all are crushing it. Let's get to those 20 shares. Share out the live with a couple people, and we'll get it running here in a minute. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move this way and change your mic position. That'll help a little bit, not much, but a little bit.
A little.
Got you fresh. Got you. All right, y'all. We're getting things moving here in a minute. Let's get those shares up to. There we go. Got you. Yep. Got you, King Fresh. You're set. I've got Bomb, Bucci, Fresh, and Bragg up on the board, and then I'm just waiting for.
They're reading the steps right now. AOEC.
Got you. AOEC. I got you as well. You're set. And then let's do this. So 10. I'm going to take 10 as a AOEC if you're in the building. I'm going to take another 10 from Kaylin. Kaylin is one of the staples of this community, one of the family, always incredibly generous.
Yeah, big shout out to Kaylin. We love him. Donated
some credit to help y'all out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split that. AOEC and Bronson, y'all are at the bottom right now. I'm going to split that 10 between the two of y'all. So both of y'all will be boosted up to the 30 in the line as well. And then we're going to get the music going here in just a minute.
Congratulations, guys.
But shout out to Kaylin. Kaylin is the family, always so incredibly generous. So AOEC and Bronson, y'all are both going to get an extra 10. So big shout out to Kaylin. Kaylin's amazing. So
yeah, Kaylin is so generous in this community.
So both of y'all are going to get that boost.
And an in-person friend, so we love Kaylin.
Another SA native. Okay, so I'm going to get you there, and then let me go to update Bronson as well. Shout out to Kaylin. That's the
yeah, big love. Also extremely talented. If you haven't checked out his music, or he doesn't have much out yet, but he does have a beautiful cover on YouTube called Caruso. If you type in Kaylin Matthews Caruso on YouTube, you'll find it, and it is beautiful.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Absolutely stunning.
And someone mentioned 57 for vocals, 57 for everything. I mean, this is not my main vocal mic. My main vocal mic is in a box on the other side of this room. It's a M147 tube microphone from Neumann. I love it. It's phenomenal. But yes, 57 for vocal. This mic, everything. I use this for drums. I have another one that I use for my snare. I use it for drums. I use it for mic and guitar cabs. I've used it for vocals. I've used it for rooms. I've used it for pianos. I've used it for acoustics. This mic it's not like it sounds phenomenal. It is so versatile. It's so flat in its response. It's such a bulletproof microphone. I've had this for, 12 years or something like that. You can run over a car, run it over with a car and it's still fine. The 57 is just a mic that everyone should have. I've gotten nicer condenser mics, whether the 102 or
a good workhorse mic.
It's a workhorse mic. It's just something you should always have in your back pocket to use when you're in a pinch. I have used it on vocals, rooms, gang vocals, groups, but it's a workhorse microphone. You should anyone who's like self-engineering or is like doing self-production with instruments, gotta have a 57. $100, $70 used on Marketplace. Like you gotta have one. All right, let's get the music going. We're gonna kick it off with Tiffy Bomb. We got a new demo.
Bomb in the building.
I'm excited. It's time for Tiffy Bomb.
Yeah, I'm excited. Tiffy just announced that they are switching into a newer genre, so we are going to hear a demo of that today.
$0, yeah, it's $100 new, $70 used, $0 stolen. It's a great deal.
Let's go, Tiffy. I'm pumped.
I'm excited. Once again, if you want to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, follow and read through all the details. You'll be ready to go. If you're on our Purple app, which is the main platform, you can always hit ! submit, and all the details will pop up right there for you. Automation, baby. All right, let's get into it. So this beat is not going to be the final. The producer I'm working with is using this as the reference, but we are reproducing this differently and better. Love to hear that. Great context. This producer wouldn't give me the exclusive, his loss. We will be using all live instruments and maybe drums. That makes me happy. And the vocals will be recorded in the studio. So this is a scratch track is basically what I'm hearing, right? These vocals will be redone. Once you have a final production, you'll have more context to build that production on, so on and so on.
So guys, we're announcing it now. It's a rough demo.
It's a scratch track. So anyone comes in and be like, the vocals are a little brittle. I'm like, yeah, because they're not the real ones yet. It'll drive me nuts. All right, and the vocals are going to studio. Don't need mixed feedback on this, but if you have any applicable, I can't talk, I'm too tired. Applicable ideas for the instrumental, I'm deaf down to hear them as always. Perfect. Recently left my publishing, distribution, and management. I'm doing everything solo now and doing the real artist thing. Also love that. Hope you enjoy.
Yeah.
All right, this is Damn Dog. Let's get into it. Downloaded. Boom. All right, y'all. It's time for some music. You know, only people who actually know what a scratch track is, or the people that they in their mind know it's their final mix, and they're like, it's a demo. And it's like, I know it's your final mix.
Yeah, I'm like, I didn't know people didn't say that. It's crazy.
All right, let's get it. It's time. Work tapes.
Put him in his grave. I swear to God, baby, I ain't taking your shit today. I swear to God, I ain't taking your shit today. Yeah. How could you do it whatever you did? Why you barking at the wrong one again? You know. You can have what you want. I'm letting you off the leash. Just leave me the hell alone. Baby, can't you see?
Yeah, let's go, for real?
Really, baby, I have to thank you. You're really moving things along. Don't care if you rest in peace or if you burn in hell. Either way, I don't really wish you well. Bless your heart, you might be doomed to fail, but you're someone else's problem now. I don't really give a damn. Baby, can't you see? I'm so done with you messing with me. Baby, can't you tell? I'm not really handling my shit well. How do we want it like this? Where was it hit and a miss, baby? How do we want it like this? Where was it hit and a miss, baby? How do we want it like this? Where was it hit and a miss, baby?
What's up, Money Manny? I like the structure.
Yeah, I can definitely see you doing well in this kind of style.
Yeah, this like style of beat. For one, y'all show some love to Tiffy Bomb. If this style of production, although I know it's going to change, it's going to evolve a little bit. 100% Noah, that's what we're listening to right now is a complete scratch vocal. This is a demo production that's going to be redone. So 100% all the time, Noah. But I feel like this collaboration between like real instrumentation, like acoustic guitar, like steel slides, electric guitars, real drums, even with the real drums with still maybe an 808 and like a trap clap layered with the snare. So you get this kind of hybridized style that I think would work really well for your vocal.
Definitely.
Because your vocal's not one note. It's not one lane. It's got some nuance to it. So I think you get some of the harmony structure of country, but some of the bends of like alternative rock and some other stuff. So I'm excited. I think you can really find your vein here, break outside of it every once in a while, but I feel like you can find a sound that people will be really comfortable listening to, and it will be more easily palatable by people, which makes me very excited. So y'all show some up to Tiffy. Let's run it back from the top. There's a couple small details I want to get into. I think it's C minor, right?
There's some certain parts where it's getting off key, right?
Key, and then also I think the balancing act between where things need to be, this is kind of my main thing that I'm listening for, where things need to be filled and where they need space and consistency, and how that presents itself to the listener, right? Like sometimes where it's like I can hear all of the good vocal ideas, but on the side of a consumer, it feels less impressive than it's executed. And I feel like sometimes cleaning some of that up and maybe tightening the vocal structure to where there's not as much filler and not as many ad libs and extra bends in there almost make it, you lose kind of the context of some of those higher vocal bends that you do and those higher vocal runs. You do like those high vocal runs, but then immediately there's like an ad lib that kind of takes the shine a little bit for a second, and you lose some of like the impression of some of those moments. So that's one thing I want to listen for, where I'm like, I almost want you to just stack those, carry them, make them super punchy. You don't have a lot of space in this song. And so I don't feel like you need many ad libs. If anything,
a ton of filler.
You don't need a lot of filler. I think if you just like especially on your hooks, if you establish your hook, solid, consistent, stacked, beautiful, then you can have some ad libs post chorus. You can have some ad libs at the end of your verse, stuff like that. But you've got a fairly lengthy vocal structure, either in your lyrics, right? Like a lot of lyrics happening, or in held notes, both of which are already filling space for you. So just be careful that it doesn't get noisy. That'd be one of the number one things that I would look for. Let's run it from the top, but I'm really liking this direction for you.
Definitely.
You've got a voice, you got a good lyric structure, and a good song structure overall. So I'm excited to get into it.
It's over on Twitch or YouTube.
Yep, 100%. All right, let's dive in. Like I can already hear, you're already going to re-record this. You're talking about production elements. I think what would be really cool in a structure like this, I already love the guitar texture, kind of what it's going to be there. Obviously, it's going to evolve a little bit. You're going to manipulate it some and reproduce it. I would love to get some slides on the acoustic as well. Pop Rock, Linktree, go to my Linktree, click on Track Talk Submission. All the steps are there. I would love to get some acoustic slides, not even just like pedal steels, right, and stuff like that, but just like gritty, nasty, Breaking Bad steel slides. You know what I mean? Just like nasty, gritty, tense stuff. Nasty
I've
stuff.
been
You
a
know what I mean?
nasty girl.
That to me offers so much like grit and like tension that I think is reflected in your vocal. If it's too biased towards trap, I think there's a balancing act. Of course, there always is. There's a balancing act, right? Where it's like, if the song feels too poppy or too trappy, where it's like, this is a tuned 808, this is a quantized drum groove with a trap beat, right? And then a vocal that's bending and moving and it's got tension to it. I think that's where maybe what you're picking up, again, scratch track, I'm keeping that in mind, where things will feel out of tune or they'll feel out of place just because they're so contrasted with like a pretty rigid beat.
And that makes so much sense.
So I think if you have some boom, dun, 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 dun,
you can have a little more fluidity with your vocal,
like some kind of nastiness. I think it would be I mean, you're not wrong at all, Bronson. 100%. Like I love you tie a shoestring on one side, mute it up, and then bend it. Like you can get some really cool tones. So I think what I would focus on as you rebrand yourself a little bit musically, but also as you reproduce the song, you get musicians on it, you get it reproduced. I would point in that direction, look in that direction of how can I make sure that, like, your voice is your voice, right? So how can I make sure my voice is reflected well in the beat? And I think if anything's too rigid, it's going to make your voice feel out of place in the production structure. That'd be just something that there's not like an answer to it. It's just something I would hone your attention on, because
this
I think
style though, and how well your vocal matches with it is really chef's kiss, truly.
Hell yeah.
So I'm excited.
Yep. All right, let's keep it going. Thank you for the follow, Q. I appreciate you.
I'm about to put a son of a bitch into his grave. About to put him in his grave. I swear to God, baby.
So I actually don't mind your ad libs and stuff right there, but I would almost the sun on the dust in his grave.
I was thinking literal
You know what I mean?
bridge, then I was thinking the bridge of a song, and now I have the actual context. So thank you.
yeah, makes sense. Yeah, you know what I mean? So like that's kind of like
Torvik probably knew the whole time.
yeah. That's what I'm talking about, the filler. So you have breaks in your lyric structure, then you feel a necessity, right, to add more, some oohs and ahs, some ad libs, repetitions of the same lyric structure, things like that. Where in this style, I think hard hitting lyrics with space to feel them matters more than like a more modern pop record where it's like, okay, we need or like an R&B rap record or something where we need in and outs, we need accents, we need, ad libs to fill gaps so that the beat doesn't die down. The beat's already died down in this one. It's already mellow, it's already loose, right? So I would just like, gonna get the son of his down in his grave. You know what I mean? Like if you get like a nasty, like we already talked about, acoustic slide on there, or an electric guitar, or even like a distorted fiddle. There's so many things, right?
Yes.
But then you don't even have to rely on your vocal structure to like fill in those gaps. Like I think if you just, fiddle, I think like I said, I think it would be awesome.
See, Tiffy, I'm really excited for you because I feel like you are getting back to your roots. You know what I mean? Like you're from Tennessee.
Hell yeah.
It's like perfect that you're kind of melding what you were wanting to do and paying homage to where you're from.
100%.
So
I agree.
it's like, it seems very authentic to you. And I love that. It's ideal.
And what I love about this too is when you got to put the son of a bitch into his grave. That's a punch layer. You know what I mean? That's a hook, right? So it's like, that's already powerful. I don't need you to, I kind of want to sit with that and feel it in the production, right? So I think that concept, I would look for that happening later on in the song so I don't repeat myself too many times, right? Look for that happening. Because I hear that in the hook sometimes. I hear that in your other, some other parts of the verse and stuff like that, where I feel like you feel a necessity to fill, where you can really let the music do a lot of the talking.
I don't even think it came through.
Yeah, you're getting blocked by TikTok, so you don't even have to worry about it, bro.
Honestly, if you want to just go off, feel free to join Twitch because
they let you say whatever you want over there. Yeah. Apparently TikTok shut you up for us. All right, let's get back.
But we don't want that.
No, please say what you're saying, but I just know it's not coming through.
I ain't taking your shit today.
You know what I mean? Like you get it.
Yeah.
Why you barking at the wrong one again? You don't.
That's beautiful right there.
Yeah, great vibrato.
I'm letting you off the leash. Just leave me the hell alone, baby. Can't you see?
And then you already know here, so same thing's happening. Last time I kind of mentioned this point, or maybe not. But so you have like you have that main vocal melody right there, and it's just delayed by your ad lib right after it to fill in the gap. Just unnecessary. Just let it sit, stack that vocal, right? 100%. And you want them to be obviously tasteful.
Exactly, yeah.
You want them to be
they'll be mixed in well, I'm sure, by the time you get to it.
Yep, 100%. Yeah.
So that'll be nice.
Sometimes it's like, the concept of obviously of like less is more, where it's like you use it less and it's more impactful because you're already talking about it in the lyrics. You're already saying dog in the lyrics.
We're back.
It's almost like too much of a good thing is a bad thing. What's up, Jenna? So on this, that high vocal melody that you have right there, I would stack that, layer it, double it, support it, but not ad-lib it. Don't delay it or kind of relay it again with another vocal. That's where it starts to sound noisy and muddy because you're just hearing like the same word every half a second. And that makes it a little bit muddier, less on the mix side. But I would just get those really locked in vocal stacks, get them really, really melodic and punchy, support it with obviously the instrumentation because you don't need to fill in any gaps there. And if you do, slide a guitar up for a second or can't you see?
Whoopsie, thank you so much.
You know what I mean? Hey, thank you so much for the cheers over on Twitch, bro. Good to see you.
With you guys.
That's what I would do, right? So
Jenna, we actually are in. Oh yeah, thank you so much for resubscribing, Wubs. Jenna, this is a different spot. We will be here for a few weeks until we're in our more permanent spot. So
yeah,
that's why it looks a little different.
Our official home doesn't open up for like a month, so we'll be in and out here. I can be the same way, Tiffy. I can be the same way. So kind of like I was saying, if you get to see, like you can, if the fiddle and the guitar fills in the gap, then you don't need any delay at all, right?
So good
you can have a super punchy vocal structure and then fill in as necessary. I don't even think it's necessary, but as necessary with instrumentation. And then I think you're locked in. I don't think you're far off with the song at all. I think it's a little bit of restraint. And then, of course, just getting the actual song, getting the actual production, recording your actual vocal, and filling in the vocal structure as necessary.
Oh, Wubsy, I'm excited.
Let's go, Wubsy. It's good to see you, bro.
Chase, we feel that.
I feel that, bro.
Yeah. Good job channeling it into new music. I'm sorry to hear that, though.
And then, tighten that up when you record it. That's easy. Right? Bend it in there. Yeah, you got this, Tiff. This is going to be good. I'm excited for you. And then I would when you go back to re-record some of those elements right there, I would just tighten up some of your rhythm flow to give it some consistency. Because the thing that I have in the back of my mind is you have probably 3 different cadences within your last phrasing right there that I just think will be, it's not like it really sounds bad. I just think it'll be hard to remember. And on first listen, that's something that I'm always just kind of keeping in mind, right? Is like my first 2-3 times hearing the song, how easy is it for me to want to scream that line with you out of anger and contempt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like how much can I engage with this song, or do I have to sit back with it and listen intently, which most people don't really do that much these days. Like you have to make sure that there's elements that are really engaging first listen, right? Unless you're already established. So that'd be something that like I think you could probably just cut 2 or 3 syllables. You could probably tighten up the vocal phrasing to be a little bit more consistent. So maybe you have two cadences in the phrases, 2 cadences in the phrasing that I think you could maybe just repeat. Let me just hear it real quick and then I'll skip forward.
The way I don't really wish you well to fail, but you're someone else's problem now.
But you tell me something, like you could probably, but you're the problem now. You know what I mean? Like you could probably just have like someone else's, and then maybe push your vocal up higher, right? However you facilitate that is just a creative choice. But I do think having less
Right.
And I feel like as a consumer, I'd just be like, well, I can't sing right now. I'll wait for her to do it and we'll come back in on the hook, right? And you just don't want those elements to happen. So I think you could rework it. That's up to you, stylistically, creatively. But I do think it would be worthwhile to probably tighten that up a little bit as you have an opportunity to re-record. Let's hear the last hook here. But honestly, Tiffy, I think you are 100% headed in the right direction.
Yeah, me too.
This feels the most, just personally speaking, right? Less about engineering and production, but like just as a consumer of your music on this end, this feels the most like relaxed I've felt hearing your music, like the most settled that I've heard hearing your music of like, this makes sense to me. It's clicking for me hearing your vocal. So I do think that's just a preference thing. Everyone has different preferences in the songs. This feels like the most like cohesive version of your music that I think I've heard. Can't wait for you to lock this down. It's gonna be fun.
I love that.
Yep. And then trust me, that
the fact that you're like saying that and being like, yeah, I didn't feel like I was being the most true to myself, or like I was trying too hard or whatever. Like that's so respectable.
100%. I agree.
Like I love that so much. Yeah.
Yep. I think most people need to learn from that vulnerability. It's not an easy thing. Noah, typically speaking, it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday for about 4 or 5 hours. We're in the middle of a move. We are halfway between like moving and stuff like that. So it's just going to be more inconsistent, generally speaking right now. But we typically are, Monday, Wednesday, Friday for about 4 or 5 hours.
We will, like every time we go live, we do announce it to a group on Instagram, a broadcast channel, which is linked in our Discord and also on Discord. So
100%, Tiffy.
If you're interested in that.
And Tiffy, you're also in a unique place where you, and I think this comes with its own tensions. Usually we're at 1 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
It comes with its own tensions and it comes with its own pushback from people, is you are showing people all of it. That's not easy. Like to be like, here's my bad song. Let me know what you think. And they're like, it's bad. And you're like, okay, so I'm going to keep chipping away at it. That's a hard place as an artist to be, that most of us shy away from until we think it's really good. And then we put it out and they still tell us it's bad. And then your ego's bruised. And I think the fact that you've been so open and vulnerable with your journey, I do think is really important for people to watch. It's not about putting out every single song and it's a hit and it's perfect and it's mixed by whoever and everybody loves it. Seeing that tension of putting stuff out and getting feedback and bouncing back and stuff like that is really, really important for people to see, because it is a microcosm of the industry. You know what I mean? Like this is like a little terrarium of what the whole world. So it's like you get this like little taste of like, this is my growth process. This is me finding my sound before you finally feel like, here's a record that I want to put out that I feel really confident in. Even if worst case scenario, nobody likes it, nobody streams it, you're confident in your sound and your position in the industry. And I think that is a really important thing to have. So props to you for that. We're not the last 20 seconds here and then we'll move on. Of course. Okay, Wubsy.
Yeah, let's go. A completely different one?
Black Lion. Let's
Black
go.
Lion.
Y'all, whoops, I closed my cheers. Where's my cheers? There's much serious. Y'all show some love to Tiffy Bomb. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love.
Big love, Tiffy.
Appreciate so much. Thank y'all for the follows as well. Appreciate so much your vulnerability, your willingness to grow, the way that you're just taking in input from people in the industry. It's super admirable. So y'all, please show some love to Tiffy Bomb.
Absolutely. And then Tiffy, I don't know. I think last we talked, you are planning or were planning to start your Pinterest board. So obviously for this style, I feel like you could be, however
I love it.
free and creative you want to be when it comes to your branding. But I would either scratch everything you have on Pinterest, or if it can possibly work, just keep running with it and pinning everything that you possibly can in there so that you have a really good idea by the time it comes, time to work on your branding. Absolutely. And establishing that identifiable.
Let me update this real quick too.
Aesthetic.
John, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here.
Quick and say, what up? Banner, good to see you. Thanks for hopping in and saying, what up? We're, in a interesting point in time, but we're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Yep, can't wait to earn my ego, LL. Well said, Tiffy. I started a new Pinterest board actually for this song. Okay, perfect. Beautiful. Awesome. Yeah, so as you go with creating your new music, building up your catalog in this kind of style, and even if you, bend a little further than you were initially anticipating, I would still just really be working on that Pinterest board. That way, like I said, you have some consistent months of pinning in there, and whatever, branding you end up establishing comes from that place of you were consistently posting in there, and that you're probably not going to, get tired of it after a few weeks or a month or two. And that it's consistently you and feels right and accurate to what you want to put forth in your, in your music identity.
John, I need you to send it to the, what's up, Lexi? I need you to send it to the email. So hit ! Submit on Twitch. And then you'll see the email pop up.
What's up, Lexi? Good to see you. I saw that you dropped a new song. Congratulations.
What's up, Lexi? Good to see you.
But yeah, Tiffy, you know that we're here throughout your process,
Absolutely.
Of course, however we possibly can be. So any questions you ever got, we got you
100%. Yeah, show some love to Tiffy Bomb. I appreciate you sending that in so much. We got John up next, so I'm just going to wait for John for yours to come in here in just a minute. If y'all would, thank you for the follows, y'all. Appreciate you so much. Y'all keep tapping the screen, share it out. I appreciate that a lot. Go to my link tree if you want to submit. Click on Track Talk Submission and walk through it and follow all the steps.
No, that's
thank you so
sweet.
much.
I love that so much, and I don't doubt it. Keep manifesting it.
Sunny, welcome in. Doing pretty good.
Yeah. We're chilling in a kind of crazy season of life, but overall we're doing okay.
Doing pretty good.
Thank you guys.
And then let me get some of this updated here.
How are you, Sunny?
And then as soon as I get yours in, John, you'll be ready to go.
Okay, let's go, Lexi. 1 month out from Miss Me release, girl is going pop punk.
Lexi, I love it. You do a lot of things really well, but that works well.
That's
for
where
you
really shine.
It really does.
Yeah.
This is cool. I mean, I feel like even just in the last little bit of time here on the live today, it's like we're hearing a lot of people finding their sounds.
Yes.
And I've some of y'all
I'm
I've
loving
seen
the theme
over the last 6 months, even up to 2.5 years, chipping away at their music and really finding their tone and their sound and their vocal presence, and it's just so fun. It's so fun. John, got you. You're set. Bronson is consistently
Winky
doinky. So hey, you already found your sound, Bronson. You've lived some life. You found your sound. All right, we got John Bucci in the building. Let's get it. I'm excited.
Let's go,
John,
yeah.
Give me some you're over here. Give me some context on what we're listening to. Remind me really quickly as well, and the chat as well. Your role in this record as far as musicianship, production, vocals, mixing, things like that. Give me some context. This is Lonely Road by John Bucci. Let's get it. Got you retrack.
1 minute I'm late, yeah, but I never knew right. Ain't got my heart broke, and I never knew.
Nice, John.
I like it a lot. That's a good vocal presence for you. I like it.
Yeah.
He's oblivious to the lifestyle baby. Can't you see his hunger?
Wow, John.
I
Amazing.
know she didn't want to wait.
Linktree Track Talk Submission. It does. I like it. It's dead. It's dry. It's nice.
You know life's good when she's talking about me. I know it's crazy, but a heartbeat.
This is fresh off the press too. Yeah.
I'm on to the party, but it doesn't feel right. I know she's hunted, but it's Good Friday ride. Oh, I know ya. Oh, I know ya. I've been down
Are you gonna mix this all yourself too, John?
Oh, I know ya. Lonely road. I've been down for myself.
They're on Twitch.
Don't you worry about me, I'm fine down.
John Bucci.
I'm fine down here, don't you worry.
Very cool, John.
Perfect. And did you produce it all yourself too? Let me remind me really quick. Yo, show some of the John. I really like this.
There's like a couple spots that need to be tightened up, but honestly, that was impressive. And honestly, I really, really like this style for you. That kind of indie alternative vibe. I mean, I listen
UTP.
to this all the time personally.
100%.
So yeah, I can picture myself driving down the road, you know, listening to this in my car, jamming out. I love it.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's get straight back into it, man. I'm excited. So you're going to self-engineer this. I'm excited for you to get down into that phase. Because honestly, one of the biggest things that this needs is just like the tightening of your vocal structure, the tightening of the dynamic range, right? Like your vocal sits way over the top of this beat currently, right? So it's just like compressing a little bit, maybe one more stage of smooth released compression, like an LA two-way style, something nice and smooth and open would be helpful. Tighten up your dynamic range a little bit, pull it back into the beat so it doesn't sit so far over your bass line that the bass, which is a really plucky, punchy bass line that I love, a really snappy, like 80s dead snare, all that stuff is really should have some punch and presence to it, but it sits quiet compared to the vocal. So small adjustments to the texture of the mix, but I don't think you're far off at all. And then there's a couple moments that I hear as well. It might be what you're hearing as well. In the bends of your vocal, where the consistency of timing of all of those vocals right there is a little bit off. So you have like one vocal will end, the other one will keep going, another one will keep going a little bit farther. Some will start a little bit later. So you hear like the start and ending of different syllable structures a couple different times, which makes it sound noisier, makes it sound a little bit busier. So that's one thing I would address. Make sure you tighten up the timing of your vocal or retract some of those vocals so that they're comped a little bit more consistently. Besides that, I'm really liking this sound for you. I think it works well. Your layers are great. There's some gaps to be filled in there maybe, but let's get into it, man. I'm excited. I think you're 100% on the right track. I'm waiting for the stems. Okay, perfect. So you are going to get the multi-track to be able to actually mix this down a little bit cleaner too. Beautiful.
Thank you for the help in the chat, Retrack. Yeah, Sonny, all the info is on Torvik's profile, so you have to go make sure that you fully go to his profile if you double click. So you click the Torvik music once and then twice, and then you go to the link tree.
Yep. Doppelganger the other day. There's been a few. They be running around. They're running around a little
That's funny. I would love to see it.
bit. Or
when you say 20 or so, it's like, okay, yeah, then definitely wasn't him.
Yeah, definitely not this old man.
Well past 20 at this point.
We're in Texas, Oren. Bucci. This is John Bucci is who we're listening to right now. For those of you who are asking.
Are we saying your name right? Oren? Welcome in. Welcome to the Vibe Tribe.
All right, let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. I'm excited. Yeah, this is a good sound for you.
Yeah, there's John Bucci in the TikTok chat, guys. Make sure you follow and tap in.
Great early introduction to the vocal too. Like to me, I was like, oh, we're in it. You know what I mean?
It starts like right. It just gets
it's
so
engaging.
attention grabbing. Yeah.
And it also takes you from having a full outro, or sorry, a full intro with like not much, really interesting information, and takes it from like a 250. Okay, perfect. It's, it takes you from being like 2 minutes and 50 seconds or something like that, and it takes you down to like 2:35, which I think is you're in a good spot. If you want to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission.
I was calling us both out.
Read through. and follow
We're
all the
both
steps.
well past 20 at this point.
Yeah, we went well past it, man. Aren't we all over here? All right, let's get it. I'm excited.
Awesome, Mitchell. Congratulations.
Baby, don't need to grow up.
Some people are like, you look 19. I'm like, I'll take it. The hidden gray hairs say otherwise. Just kidding.
1 minute I'm late, yeah, but I never knew right.
Oh, Run, everything is in Torvik's profile at the link tree. We'd love to have you.
Once you get this is I know you're kind of bouncing around, so let me know where you're at, John, officially. But I would love, once you get the multi-track for this, I would love for you to, this is personal preference, I love messing with multi-tracks, but I would love to take that really clean like Strat kind of guitar in the background. Perfect, got you. Yeah, clean Strat in the background. Add like a Bucket Brigade tremolo and chorus to it. So you get this really kind of, I can't even replicate it with my mouth. It's not going to work, but it'll just give it this really 80s movement. These like slower tremolos.
I mean,
really,
even what you just did with your mouth sounds good.
Yeah,
Like I could picture it.
Yeah, get it depends on what plugins you have and stuff like that. But I would love to hear like a really wobbly chord. Yes, yeah, to sample that, tuck it in the background of the mix.
Okay, thanks, Lexi.
Nice.
We'll definitely check it out for
Nice.
fun.
And get just a really nice like slow tremolo, highly chorused guitar. Just add the plugins to the guitar that comes in dry with the multi-track. I just feel like
Yeah,
you'll
just
add,
sample Torvik's voice.
Yeah, just do that. Yeah, just add it in. Just a little right in there.
That's pretty good.
It's something. I don't. But here's the thing. That sounds fine, but it's not what I'm trying. It's not what I'm trying to do. So
it's not what you're actually picturing in your head.
I think because now the beat, and I like it. It's punchy. It's funky, and I really really like it. But it does feel a bit dead. It does feel a bit dry, texturally right now. And I like that it's dead, ambiance wise. It should be a dead, dry, snappy snare. That's very 80s, late 70s, early 80s. I like that a lot. I love that tone. I use it all the time. But it does you miss some character and some texture, right? So I would take that guitar, mix it, of course, but I would maybe add a little bit more to it. Make it have a little bit more texture and character. I think that'll be cool. Just a stylistic option for you. Oh yeah.
Really quick, John, I remember we went over some stuff semi recently, but let me know what we've gone over or what we can go over if you have anything distributed, or refresh us on where you're at in your journey. If you're kind of working on building up your catalog, or if you already have some stuff distributed, we can go over your Spotify if we haven't already. But just remind me and let me know how we can best help you today on the visual side of things.
1 minute I'm late, yeah, but I never knew.
What's up, Jonathan? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, what's up, Jonathan? Good to see you.
And I never knew He's oblivious to the lifestyle we make. Can't you see his hunger?
Beautiful vocal right there.
I know
Jeez.
she
Yeah, I do.
didn't want to wait. I want to beg on let's be safe.
So how tight all of that vocal structure is right there. That's what I want to make sure that you maintain. Now, have some ad-libs that float away from it. Have some elements that move around a little bit, but make sure that your main stack of doubles on your vocal, those kind of chorus doubles down the middle, and your accents on the outside, make sure those are super tight.
Not typically, Mitchell, but we may go on Sunday, possibly this weekend. If you guys want to be notified before we go, we do have a broadcast channel on Instagram, and then we do have our Discord that we notify. So feel free to tap in there if you're interested.
Hey, dude, you too, man.
Dude, yeah, Jonathan, don't even get me started. I'm obsessed with you and your work.
Everybody here, I need you to immediately go follow
Absolutely.
Jonathan right there. Go follow Jonathan.
On Twitch too. Make sure
Phenomenal creative.
follow
Phenomenal creative.
all the Twitch people. Head over to Instagram and TikTok and type in Jonathan Zonham. You won't be disappointed.
I love that. Yeah,
He
perfect.
Works in film, and he's super, super talented with Blender and all kinds of fun stuff. And then Jonathan, we actually moved back to San Antonio. So if you are ever in town visiting your family or anything, then hit us up. We'd love to hang out.
Oh, dude, 100%. 100%. Yeah, everybody go follow Jonathan. Super, super talented.
That's a real life friend, so I actually know him in person.
Hell yeah.
I started my Pinterest board recently, and I recorded the song and 8 others just last night. That's amazing,
Killer,
John.
dude.
I can't believe you did that last night. Like even this
Houston,
song,
baby.
like
H-Town.
Houston, yeah, just 3 hours ish from San Antonio. I want to do waterfall drop for this project. That's a really good plan, John, and we always love waterfall drops, so highly recommend that.
You're on it.
Did you want us to go over your Spotify, or did we already do that recently?
go.
I just can't remember.
All right, let me get into the second hook for you. Honestly, man, I feel like you're on the right track. I think that what you'll need to do when you get into this, like we already talked about, right, is making sure that you've balanced your vocal structure so it's not too far over the beat. We talked about like longer release compression on the vocal to make sure it feels really smooth. Everything feels connected. I want to get into some of these bends on the hook really quick, but honestly, I don't think you're far off. I think you just need to go through the mixing phase. You just need to get into the mode where you tuck it back into the production, you balance your vocal layers, and you get stuff to, in a space where everything feels tied together. It feels really, really cohesively. We went over it last time.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Cool. All right, let me get into the second hook. So make sure on this lonely road, make sure that bend in that vocal is the same pace for all of your bends, because you have them in a low octave, you have some stacks to it. I think you might even have like a third harmony over the top, and then of course a lot of your doubles that create that like gang vocal, right? Just make sure you're as close as possible are the same pace. Your start phrasing is good. Your end phrasing is a little bit loose, but in the middle of that vocal bend, that's where you have like one goes, oh, and then one goes, oh. And so the start and stop is close, but the quickness that you get to the release of that note in your target phrasing is a little bit too loose sometimes. So what ends up happening is half of those vocals just kind of, since they're bending, they're not really tuned, right? They're bending in between those notes. They just kind of feel out of tune because you have one that's hitting it, one that's kind of right behind it because it just hasn't quite gotten there yet. So
just slightly.
So half of your vocals don't feel as tight as they could. Now I like the doubling because that's that's great from even the 60s and stuff like that. That doubling effect is fantastic. You're doing a great job of it. Just make sure when you're bending, that's the only nuance there is when you're bending a long form over like 2 bars or something like that, you got to make sure that they're bending together, or you're very strategic with the timing of the bend. Otherwise it'll sound muddy.
I'm definitely bumping this one when it's out, John.
Yeah, texturally it's super cool.
I'm so into it.
Focus on your vocal production, the vocal bounce, all that stuff we already talked about. And then, I would just get into once you get the stems, once you get those in, just play around with them a little bit, affect them a little bit. I think most people get in their multi-tracks and they just kind of do the mix on them. They just kind of push them where they need to be. Have some fun with it. Make it yours a little bit, right? If you didn't produce it or it's something you got off YouTube or BeatStars, make it yours a little bit. Like get into that guitar and maybe overdrive it a little bit more. Maybe add some chorus to it. Get into the drums, saturate those drums, especially because the era this is emulating would have probably been run through tape. So get into the saturation on the drums and crunch it up just a little bit so it doesn't feel too like dead or sterile or anything like that, especially because this is all sampled, right? Maybe a real acoustic, a real electric, but like these are all going to be like VST drums or dead drums or something like that. So adding a little bit of,
and it's still so simple that you have some room to play. So
100%. Add some crunch, add some energy, add a little bit of color and character to it. I think you'll be in a great spot.
Flair.
100%. Let me get into this last part, but I'm loving your vocal structure. I think it's fantastic. I think you're super talented. I like your writing. But I think, you can polish some of that stuff up and then just go through the next phase. You're not far off. Re-record drums on this one. Perfect. You're on it. You already know. You already know what you need. All right, let's push it a little bit farther and we'll close it out. Oh, yeah, no, it skips back.
I know, yeah. I've been down this road before. No, I know, yeah. Lonely road. I've been down this.
It's like right in there where it's getting noisy a little bit.
Don't you worry about me.
That melody right there is in front of the pocket by probably 5 to 10 milliseconds. So as you retrack drums and as you bounce your vocals, just push them back on your DAW playlist. Push it back by like 5 to 10 milliseconds. Get it back in the pocket. They're just rushing it. And this is a super settled, funky, beat. It's like really locked into the grid, and that's definitely yeah, I got you. It's in front of the pocket by a chunk. So just nudge it back in the pocket. That way it like settles back into the production.
Yeah.
You'll be good.
That's honestly what I was noticing earlier, but that's it.
Yeah, you're not far off at all, man.
Like, of course, Torvik's gonna get very nuanced because that's what he does well, and we want him to do that. But that's the only thing I was really noticing.
And honestly,
It's a really
sometimes
great track.
you hear like you hear something's off, but you don't have that second ear to like tell you what it is. Like, man, something's not clicking from my vocal. I'm like, yeah, there's one note that's not being caught by your autotune or whatever it may be, right? Like sometimes you just don't know what the off thing is until someone else picks up on it with a fresh ear. You've heard that, even though you did it last night, you've probably already heard the song 40 times as you've replayed it and gone back through tracking stuff. And so it's like, it's always easier to just hit reset for a second. Let me close out the last part here. But honestly, dude, you're on the right track, John. This is great. What's up, Hydra?
Hydra, welcome in.
One more step in the building. Let's go.
You still got time. We got 8 tracks left for today.
Let's go. Let's go.
John,
Let's go.
I'm so into that. I think that was my favorite song that we've ever heard from you, to be honest. I really, really, really am excited about where you're heading and the direction you're going in. I feel like it's very right for you. So congratulations on that, dude.
You're so talented, man. I'm really excited for you to push these records forward, man, and get these released, man. You're exciting me, man. You've got a lot going for you. So y'all show some love to the family.
When your guys' music inspires us in our creative journey, it just really, really excites me. So mad love, John Bucci. Thank you so much. I love that you're a part of our community. You're so talented.
I love it, man. I love it, man. Y'all show some love. And let me see. You said you're exporting Hydra. Let me know where you want to go. So right now I got Retrack. One more step in the building. Welcome in, fam. King Fresh, Bronson, and AOEC. I got you up on the board too.
Sounds good, Hydra. Excited. Ooh,
Perfect.
Playing a show this evening.
Ooh, let's go.
Congratulations. Let's go. I hope it's fire.
All right,
I already know it will be, basically.
Let me double check everything real quick. No. Top right now is 40. If you want to be next, it's 40.
Okay, we'll double check Pop Rock.
Is Pop, is your initials BH?
Pop Rock.
Just so I sidekick. She the main event, let's be honest.
That's nice. That's definitely not true for this live.
The next two are 35.
Maybe in every other arena in our life.
So even 35 would be like fourth. 35 would be like third or fourth.
Oh, I feel like I remember Brett.
Yeah, I got you.
But did you change your name?
You're thinking of Brett Harris earlier on.
Oh, that's right. But I also do remember Pop Rock. We got to hear you like once, and I might have been just in the chat at that time.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
So.
But I do remember. I'm excited that we get to hear another one.
All right, Pop Rock, I got you. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for sending that in. Got you up there.
Pop.
Yeah, up to you. I was just gonna say there's still 2 more in the 35, so it's up to you. Yeah. It would be another hour, probably just depending on some other factors, but so yeah, up to you. Okay, let me get yours pulled up too.
Sounds good. No worries. Just keep us updated.
Absolutely, or run.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, all genres. We actually do get a lot of EDM in here. I think Wubs is not in here at the moment, but it's his favorite.
Mentioned. 03, welcome in. What's up, Yucca? How you feeling today?
Welcome in, Yucca.
Okay, so let me run. I think retrack. Let me run retrack, and then we can always update once you come back in.
Yeah.
Does that sound good? Because you'll still, if you want to go next, you'll still have to have pretty much the same thing. Sounds good, John. Appreciate you so much, man. Have an amazing rest of your day, man.
Congratulations, John. You're really, really killing it. I'm so excited for you. Definitely keep us updated in the Discord.
And AOEC, I got you as well. Okay, so give me a second. Let me reorder these. And Hydra, I got you. So let me get these in the order that they came in real quick. Okay, sounds good. The board's going to reorder.
Okay, so awesome, John. Have a good one.
When you come back in.
Happy weekend.
When you come back in, we'll address it. So let me get AOEC up there. So you're going to be next, and then Hydra, I got you too. So let me get these in the right order.
Producing tonight, some Liquid D&B coming.
Ooh, let's go. I love that, Yucca. another beast of a producer.
It's been a while since we've heard your stuff, Yoka, but
Very true. That's very true.
I really, really love when we get a Yoka track.
It's always inspiring.
He's extremely talented, you guys.
Okay, and Hydra, I got you up there. Okay, I think I'm updated.
What's up, JK?
Thank you so much for the roses.
Welcome in, guys.
I appreciate that. Okay, all should be set. Okay, AOEC, you're up. Let's run it.
Thank you so much for the gift. So sweet. Really appreciate that.
We get this
It's
downloaded for you.
visual piano. Visual piano coin. Thank you so much.
I appreciate the roses so much. All right, we are in countdown to release this song and doing last touches before release. Any and all feedback is appreciated. Okay, so this is not in distribution yet, right? Just to confirm, not in distribution yet. And AOEC is a Los Angeles-based band, and AOEC stands for All Our Energies Combined. Like it.
Nice,
Let's go.
Yeah.
And this is Chantel. Let's get into it. Okay, so Chantel, let me know. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Let me know your role in what I'm hearing. So talk to me about who's in front of me as well, as far as production, instrumentation, vocals, kind of frontman, stuff like that. Let me know. And then any details you potentially have on the mixing process, let me know. Perfect. Sounds good.
Okay, great.
Got it downloaded. We're ready.
Hey, Joseph. How's everything going? I'm on the edge of my seat
All right,
with you.
this is called Drive by AOEC. And thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you.
Get behind the wheel. There's absolutely nothing to waste. Escape with me.
Wow, Joseph. Are you serious?
Damn.
I'm sorry / congratulations.
Yep. What's your vocal recording process look like? Hey, thank you, Fresh. Mr. Dom, welcome in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Fresh.
Beautiful. Awesome. Welcome in, man. How you feeling?
Your arms fastened all around me. Don't give away, you need to break. I'm watching carefully for the distance between.
Woo, I like to hear it.
Let's go, Mr. Dom. This is so nice. This is like early 2005.
Let's go. This is like reminding me of like old Flyleaf and stuff. It's cool.
I know.
Like really raw, grungy, not overproduced.
Take me away, far from here. Teach me not to fail. Now I'm gone, you'll never see me, you'll never find me. I get lost control, as the clouds beneath me are set to overflow. You'll never see me, you'll never find me. I get lost control, as the clouds beneath me are set to overflow.
Really cool.
As I set to overdrive, I gamble my own life, wanting to be free. I can't say what makes me.
Yeah, our main platform is Twitch. We're on Twitch and YouTube as well. Let's go.
That was very nice. It also reminded me of the Veronicas.
Ooh, man,
Do you
it's
guys
been a
remember?
minute since I've
I
heard
know.
that. Y'all,
I'm really into that vibe.
let's go. Y'all show some
I
love.
missed it.
Show some
honestly.
love. So
It's
there's-
like you reminded me of it, and I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which I absolutely love that.
That's super
Thank
cool.
you so much, AOEC.
Y'all show some
I
love.
almost said AOC because I'm so used to saying that.
Shout out to AOC.
AOEC.
Shout out to AOEC. Let's get into it. I'm excited to dive in. Super, super talented. I really like your structure. Love your voice. Love the writing. Production structure is really nice as well. I think one of the biggest hurdles for you will be some processing things, but I don't even think they're big hurdles. This sounds like really good tracking. It's good quality stuff. There's some specific things in your vocal production I do think would help create a little bit more energy behind the vocal performance itself so it doesn't get lost during your hook. So let's dive into some of those elements briefly, but I'm really excited for y'all. And also let me know if y'all have stuff. Oh, you found it. Okay.
You have a nice long description on Spotify,
Beautiful.
which we love to see.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right,
And
this
then
is
I'll pull up your
Drive.
Instagram through there. So
Drive by AOEC. Let's
if
get
you
it.
wouldn't mind pulling it up on there so I can check the banner and stuff, I'm gonna run to the restroom while you start
Sure.
your breakdown.
Sounds good. All right, let's run it from the
And
top.
then AOEC, if you oh my chancla got stuck in there. If you would like me to go over anything specific, just let me know as far as visuals go and stuff like that. But we'll definitely give you feedback on your Spotify, and then I have your Instagram so I can see if you have a link tree or anything like that. But if you have anything specific in mind, just definitely let me know when I get back from the restroom.
Perfect. All right, I'm going to run it from the top.
Get behind the wheel. There's absolutely nothing to waste. Escape with me, we'll go someplace far away from here. Oh, so far from here. Destiny is calling.
So I'm listening mainly for the production structure here. It sounds really nice. It's clean and clear. There's great distinction, which is great for a band like this. Great. It's not muddy at all. It's great distinction between all of these production elements, all of the instrumentation. Great pocket on everything. Honestly, sounds really, really, really nice. So I think the main thing I want to hone in on is the vocal production itself, the vocal mix itself, and how that presents itself in the mix. Because I think the vast majority of what's going on here sounds really clean. The biggest thing, this is not necessarily something I'm hearing, but something that I would pay attention to as you go further into this process to get it ready for release, is to not overproduce. Like I think some people may, this needs to be wider and bigger and whatever. This sounds raw. It sounds organic. It sounds well balanced, which is what this genre is all about. It's a little rough around the edges. It's not perfect. It's not polished tuning. It's good doubles on the vocal to create the chorusing and kind of the pitch effect without any auto-tune or very little retune to the auto-tune. So I really like what y'all are doing. So my kind of loose advice would be to stick with a lot of what you're doing. Don't fall for feeling like you need to overproduce or overtune or anything like that, because y'all are doing a great job. Y'all are great musicians, great writers. So I'm super excited about that. Oh, Ron, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate it a lot. And let me get this updated too. So yeah, I think you're doing a lot of things very, very well. Very, very well. Y'all should be really proud of the work you're doing. So let's get into the vocal production here, and let's run it. I'm gonna get into this hook. Okay, so one quick thing. What's up, Caveman? Good to see you, bro. One quick thing that I'm hearing on your vocal structure here, I'm assuming, and again, if you know, you can let me know what you were using to record, like what kind of mic and stuff like that. If not, it doesn't really matter that much. One thing that I'm hearing is definitely some proximity changes in your vocal as you push in the da, 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 da. So when you push that vocal back, you can tell that there's some, what's up, man? It's good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing well. You hear those proximity changes on the mic. So when your vocal needs the most presence and the most body in your performance on that da, 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 on those really high moments, you actually are losing some low end energy. You're losing some presence by backing off. Hey, you as well, man. We're in the middle of a move. We have like this 1 month middle ground on a move. So our life's like a little chaotic, but it's all good. It's all good. We're just a little bit of a transition before we move into a new home and a new studio setup. So it's exciting. It's crazy. It's anxiety inducing, but it is what it is. Such is life. So one thing I would be careful of is when you're recording your hook, there's ways that you can, have maybe a bit more control over your proximity. What I would probably recommend for a vocal like yours, where you dig into a lower register, you have a little bit more breath and like diaphragm behind it, and then you push da, 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 and you push it high, and you tend to maybe change a little bit, change the energy behind your vocal. Put that, if you haven't already, put it on its own track. Make sure that that's tracked on its own, and regain stage your vocal. So have your entire hook of the song where you're in a much higher like mixed voice. Maybe have that on its own track completely. You might already have some of this. Have it on its own track completely and regain stage. So you might need to control your inputs on your perfect. And quick reminder too, if you happen to miss anything, your service goes out, anything happens, all of these lives are recorded to YouTube indefinitely on the Obsidian Key channel, and they're also recorded on Twitch for the next 2 weeks. So just in case you miss something, like, wait, what did you say? You can always go back and re-listen to some stuff too, if that's helpful. Just as an example, if you're going to push your vocal a lot higher into that mixed voice, you have a lot more energy behind it. Having it on a separate track where then you can like turn down your gain on your preamp a little bit, so you're not clipping, so you don't feel like you need to back, like as a vocal, you don't have to back off your technique or change your technique in order to make room for your vocal in the mix. Let the gain staging do that for you, right? Just turn down your gain a little bit and then maybe restructure your compression on that a little bit as well. Because every once in a while, the song reaches its most powerful moment and the vocal feels smaller, because as you the proximity effect with your mic, the farther you get away from the mic, the more low end energy you're going to start to miss out on. The curve's going to leave, and the closer you get to the mic, the more boomy it's going to become, right? Unless you do some really harsh stuff to mitigate that. So what you'll find is like when you're closer and quieter, your vocal actually sounds bigger and more powerful, and then you hit the highest notes of the song, and your vocal sounds smaller. Now this is already recorded, of course. If you want to retrack, that's completely up to you. It just depends on your capacity. If not, one thing I definitely would do is potentially have another stage of compression on what you might already have there in order to tighten up that vocal range a little bit. So even if you do back off the mic a little bit, or your proximity changes, or your amplitude changes in your vocal, like naturally, obviously we get quieter and louder sometimes, you can tighten up that dynamic range a little bit to where your vocal, even if it does get a little bit quieter, it's kind of brought back up by your compression. Usually as a second stage compressor, I usually recommend something a little bit slower because you're really not trying to punch anything. You're just trying to control it a little bit more. LA2A or something that has a nice slow release is usually great for that, because it's not going to be super sharp and punchy. It's going to be very smooth, and it's going to hang on to that vocal for a while after that first like transient, the first vocal line comes in. So something like an LA2A is great for this. Obviously you can do this with pretty much any compressor. Just, stock compressors would do the same thing. No worries at all. We got you, Pop. So that'd be one thing I'd recommend, because you do hear your vocal get loud and get quiet in the mix, and that compression is going to help mitigate some of those level issues. And then I think you can kind of punch the whole mix up a little bit. I think so much of what y'all are doing is really, really nice. Great writing, great melodies, great musicianship across the board. I would just make sure that is reflected in the vocal production too, because I think you're doing very, very many things, or you're doing a lot of things really well. That's your retrack.
Addicted to the spin, your arms fastened all around me. Don't give away, don't make a break. I'm watching carefully for the distance between destiny is going now. Now I'm gone, you'll never see me, you'll never find me again. Lost control.
It's a cool melody. I like that a lot.
I set you on the dust on your show. You'll never see me, you'll never find me again. Lost control, as the clouds beneath me, I set you overdrive.
Another thing you might want to do, this is slightly stylistic, so I'll kind of, this is not something it like necessarily needs. You just have to determine what you want out of this a little bit more. I wouldn't mind, based on the fact that this isn't like a dark mellow mix, it's a pretty bright mix. So like your drums are pretty snappy, like the overheads are pretty bright. They're punching through really well. I love that. Thank you for the follow, Caleb. I appreciate it. It's a pretty sharp mix. Even like the guitars, they're pretty clean. They're mid forward. They're nice and bright. Your vocals a bit mellow, at least the lead. I don't mind if your backgrounds sit a little bit softer. They don't have to be super driving and punchy. I wouldn't mind. It's not, I don't know if it's necessary, but I wouldn't mind if that like mid top end of your vocal, let's say like 7K, 8K and above on your vocal was a little bit more open to just kind of slice in over the top. Now, this gets abused by way too many people and they add fresh air and they crank 10K by 8 dB to like slice up the top of the mix, which always sounds brittle and horrible and tinny and nasty. But I think if you do a very tasteful adjustment to the vocal, for one, you control that dynamic range so your vocal is punchy and it's smooth and it's saturated like we talked about before, and it's a little bit more top heavy. So like another 2 dB, 3 dB, and like 8K on your vocal, just to kind of open up that top push of your vocal, especially when you hit the high register. I do think it'll help your vocal cut through the mix with more clarity without needing loudness to get there, right? Otherwise, the only other option to really gain more clarity out of your vocal is just turn it up. And sometimes then it's like, well, now the drums feel small compared to the vocal, and the drums need to feel big. It's a rock song, right? The drums need to feel big, the guitars need to feel punchy. So a little bit of high-end energy without being brittle, without being tinny and nasty, I think would be helpful to let your vocal cut through just a little bit more. But besides those like kind of 2 or 3 things right there, I think you're 100% on the right track. I think y'all are all very talented. I love the rawness of this record. Don't overproduce it.
Yeah,
don't overmix
definitely.
it. Don't go too crazy with it. Keep it raw, keep it organic, because I think that is your sound. It allows us to hear what AOEC is, and it doesn't just sound like every other highly produced rock song where then everything sounds the
I
same.
love that. Yeah,
I really, I can
it
hear
really
you.
gives it that 2000s grittiness, which
Love
is just
it.
so nice.
Love it. So small changes in vocal production there. I think you are 100% on the right track. Let me skip into the last section here, but you're doing great. So like right there, super, you hear that lost control on that like one, all of a sudden it gets like your vocal gets quiet and thin, and then that second layer comes in, it's kind of like loud for a second, it cuts back in. Those are the things that I want you to mitigate with your gain staging and with your compression settings to get that just smooth and clear and punchy across the board. Because you can hear like the levels change, and then all of a sudden it's like 3 dB louder right there. I like this a lot. This is cool. Super vibing. It's a great like TV show intro.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's cool.
Or like I could literally see it featured in a movie.
100%. It's like going to high school in the 2000s or 90s or something. I don't know. It's cool.
Yeah. Which is having a comeback in general.
100%. 100%.
What's up, Orun? Good to see you on Twitch. Thanks for joining us.
Let's go, y'all. Show some love. AOEC. I love it. I'm super excited for you. I think you're really close to a fantastic sound. It's
Absolutely.
really fun. Thank you for the
So
follow.
ancient history, lol. So the biggest thing that I think we should chat about. Any thoughts on the acoustic section?
On this, so that's the. Hold on. Let me find it.
Oh my gosh, yes, I can picture this being really fun.
Oh, I love these breakdowns. I love these. And what I love about this is your to Bronson's point. I think this is a fantastic translation to live. What you hear here in the studio record, I can imagine is very, very similar to what you get live. And I love that. So if people find you live, they're happy with what they hear in studio and vice versa. They hear the studio song and they go see you live and it sounds just as energetic and vibrant. I love that. I really like this. It's like really dry and really raw. I personally like that, to the point of, like I said, I don't want you to overproduce it. I think it sounds cool. I would leave it raw and dry.
I like it
because it almost causes everyone to like lean in for a second and hear what you're
what's
saying.
What's gonna happen
before we all go crazy again. And I appreciate that.
It keeps you on the edge of your seat.
Even the flaws and nuances of doing it like that, I think is true to the genre and it's true to what should be reflected in the style. So honestly, I think you're 100% on the right track. 100%.
Okay, so yeah, the biggest thing I think we should talk about on the visual side of things is going to be that there isn't a super identifiable brand after looking at your Spotify, your Instagram, your Linktree. There isn't anything that's super like, okay, this is a very clear aesthetic and it's identifiable as like when I see AOEC, I know what their vibe is. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So I also think offering a little bit of clarity on what exactly AOEC is. I saw that you have a nice long description on Spotify, so that is ideal
Love it.
for the Spotify algorithms for sure. But I think just having some kind of introduction on your social media platforms and stuff like that, and then like clearer photos of like who you guys are and what your vibe is essentially. So anything you can do to offer that is going to be very, very helpful. If you want a helpful tool, we talk about it all the time in here, but Pinterest is very helpful. It's a fully visual
Oh yeah.
platform, and their algorithms are really catered to helping you discover what you like aesthetically and visually. So I highly recommend hopping over there if you don't have one already, and then maybe experimenting a bit with what you could picture your identity, your brand identity to look like. But that is a really, really important missing piece in a lot of people's music careers, is just the fact that like on all of their platforms, they don't have a consistent identifiable brand. And it is really important. The brand essentially in this sense is you, right? Or if there's a couple of you, then it's the band members. But you are the product, and essentially what we are doing is selling your music as a product, right?
Yeah.
So it just takes a little bit of a subtle shift, but it really is just as important as any other product or company
Got you.
would be. So I do want to encourage you to start looking in that direction, and I think it will really, really help to take you to that next level and just help you get more polished and professional. Um, Yay, I'm so glad that it's helpful, of course. And if you have any specific questions throughout this, then of course, please drop them in the chat. We'll do our best to answer them. The other thing is cleaning up your link tree. This is going to be a really, really big one as well. Basically, you want your link tree to function like a one stop shop so that everyone who comes across your stuff, whatever platform it may be that they come across it, they have somewhere to go that plugs essentially everything that you do, and it's all like I like to say dumbified for them. It's made as easy as possible so that they don't have to second guess, they don't have to do too much digging. They know exactly
Mhm.
what you want them to do because it's listed, boom, 1, 2, 3. The way I recommend ordering your link tree is going to be highest priority from the top. The stuff that's not as important can be towards the bottom. And then you want all of your social platforms linked at the top in those little icons. I saw that you do have the icons. So just as a refresher, in the Linktree app, it is going to be found in settings. You scroll down to social icons, and you can make sure that those are at the top ideally, because most people know to go to look for those icons, but you always want them to be towards the top so that they don't have to scroll. The other thing is going to be that you don't want to muddy up and take up your prime real estate. I call your links in your link tree your prime real estate. You don't want to take that up with just anything. You want to be very, very intentional with what you put on those links. So, like I said, highest priority, that would be things like your latest release or, stream my music. And then maybe if you have a longer form YouTube video that you want to plug, a music video or something like that, an event that you're about to do, stuff like that, merchandise, all that stuff would be towards the top, right? If you ever get a website, that would be like first thing. But you definitely don't want to muddy it up with like stream this individual song, stream this individual song, stream this individual song, because of the fact that it just really gets convoluted and people won't know exactly what to do. Like I said, just really simplify it for the user on the other side, and think about what you would do if you were on the other side of things and you came across your link tree. What would be the most straightforward thing is to list out,
I feel that.
like just I always recommend you can push your latest song. So you can have one that says, like, let's see, um, stream Better Off Without Me, for instance, if that's your latest song. And then you can just have one that says stream my music and it's more general, and that will take you to one of those platforms that has every single platform that you distribute to in one place. That way you're not taking up every single spot on your link tree, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I would keep it at max that. If you want to promote one individual song, you can do that and then switch it out. And then just have one, more general link that's just stream my music. The thing is that when people come across your music through that general link or through
Well, see, I come here to be personally attacked. He's like, here's all the things I'm not doing. Dang it.
Once they come across once they stream through that one link of your, the individual song you're promoting or the more general link, then most likely if they vibe with you, they're going to go ahead and listen to the rest of your music anyway. So you don't need to feel like, oh, I have to show them everything because I don't want them to, miss out.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that, because the right people will find you and follow through anyway.
Yeah.
And trust me that this is they're more likely to follow through if you do it this way, where it's more polished and professional looking, than if it's like very complex and overwhelming for them, because that tends to get people to just click out because they're too overwhelmed, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So the other thing, ways to clear up your links here would be like any single social platform. As long as you have an icon for it, take it out of the links. So TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, all of that can easily be put into icons, and you can clear that up right away. But yeah, so I hope that's helpful. I think that will just get you going in the right direction at least. Get the Pinterest, start working on that link tree, and just taking that to the next level. And we can go from there next time if you ever submit something else, or you want to hop in the Discord for feedback from the community, anything like that. We would be so honored and happy to help you any way we possibly can. AOEC.
100%. So talented. Super, super excited for y'all's future. Yeah, really, really well done.
Definitely. You guys are super talented. I have no doubts that you will find your people even more. 912 monthly listeners is not nothing, right? So I can see you guys 100xing that or more,
because I think y'all are engaging well, and like your talent is there. Like people feel your music, and that matters more than anything, more than vocal production. Yeah, I got you, Hydra. More than your mix, more than all that stuff is like people already are engaging with your music. They already like what they hear. So if that gets polished at all, and you find better ways of connecting all those dots, you're going to be in a great spot.
The Discord is going to be listed at the link tree, where the submission rules are, guys. So we would love to have you over there. And feel free to invite your creative friends too. It's not just people who do music. It's anyone who can partner with people who do music, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Y'all, show some love one more time to AOEC. Okay, I do have retrack. Skipped you, Hydra. So I do have your email. It came in.
Thank you so much, AOEC.
But I have retrack ahead of you, and then you.
And of course, feel free to hang out in the chat as long as you'd like to. We love having you guys.
Absolutely. 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 I'm excited to hear. Yeah, of course. Anytime.
Absolutely. We appreciate you too.
I mean, that melody's already in my head. It's a good, catchy.
A really good song.
Good, catchy melody. Retrack. I've got you up right now. Let me just make sure that's my current. Let me update. You can always check the line on, go to my link tree, click on see the line, or you can check it anywhere, anytime on Twitch or YouTube. Because it changes all the time. Like it just changed in the last 30 seconds. So that's always the best place. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, they still skipped you. Retrack has 45, so they're right ahead of you. Yeah, always got you. But yeah, so if you leave for any reason, or if you're not in here, and we call your name and not here, I'll immediately save it for you, so you're set. Okay. All right, let's go retrack. Retrack, hop in the chat. Just make sure. Oh, I see you right there. So you're good. I got the download right here. This is The Forest. So I've heard the song before. This is an update on the track. But yeah, Bronson, you'll never miss. If you're not here for any reason, you're not responding in the chat, I'll save it for you. Hell yeah. And then we'll be on, like we said, we'll probably won't be on tomorrow, but we might be on Sunday. It's just a weird schedule for us now, but we're back. We'll be live over the next days. All right, this is a slightly revised version of The Forest. I took y'all's advice and did a give and take for the staccato strings to the pizzicato. I also completely changed the second half to be more of a creepy, spooky vibe.
Ooh,
which
okay, good. I feel like that'll fit even better.
Instead of a sorrow vibe. I am having trouble though with the end of the track around 2:46 to 3:30, and I don't want it to sound the same as the first half.
Okay.
Beautiful, great context. I always love retracks details.
That context. Yeah,
I love it. You will be playing in background for me, please. Start my song if I don't hear. And okay, got you. Yeah, let me know. I'm also happy to save it if you need me to, Hydra. I'm happy to hold it for you if you need me to. Still raw. Perfect.
Yeah, we'll play it next if you want, Hydra. I know you can always go back to the YouTube and stuff if you want.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much, Orun. I'm glad that you're here.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. I appreciate that. Got you. Love this, dude.
Yeah. Starts out strong. Hi, Lee. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
Let's go, Lee.
Hey, congratulations.
It's like great chasing. Great fully used in this too.
Tell us what time we're at.
2:20.
Bro, this is a straight movie.
I know. It's like I can already visualize it.
Mm-hmm.
And then this outro here. Do you have anything here? Mr. Moneymaker, what's up? Okay, so that's all. Okay, so you're still okay. Got you. So you're still trying to figure out how do you kind of bring it back home without resolving too clean. Is that kind of the question, right? Like if you just go back to the intro stuff, it feels like too resolved, too clean, too sterile, right? And you still want it to feel like it leads into the next thing. Is that kind of the main question? Let's run it back, dude. I'm excited.
That was at the top of our list, James Jones. We've been practicing every single day.
Okay, got you, Retrack. All right.
I'm sorry. I'm just being super sarcastic right now because we just went through like a huge move and we've been kind of dying and barely surviving.
So that has not been tough.
So no, but if I pulled up the lyrics, I honestly feel like, and he's really good at playing by ear, I feel like we could figure it out in like 5 minutes if we wanted to.
For sure. All right, that was The Forest by Retrack. Retrack, you're a beast. Let's get into it. So I'm excited because I know this is still pretty dry, pretty raw. I'm excited. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you so much for the follow.
I appreciate that.
6 string.
You can tell that there's some things you still need to like balance and kind of make sure they have, especially on your trills and on your arpeggios on that. Like some of that stuff there, that still needs to be like balanced in the mix, so it has impact and is balanced, you know. So I think you still have some work to do, but I'm excited for you to get through that. I'll listen mainly for the ending because I think the first thing you need is to make sure the structure is exactly what you want it to be. That like this leads to this, that leads to this. You want to make sure that the song is moving in the direction that you want it to, and then from there you can balance, you can affect, you can kind of do what you need to do, automate a little bit more, things like that. So let's run it from the top. Tell me this, so I can start thinking of the outro. What comes after this? Like
exactly.
What
Where does
vibe?
it fit in the?
So this is like,
EP?
I think you said it was like a chasing.
Oh, perfect, awesome. Okay.
Beautiful. I love it. It's kind of like a chasing, right? They're coming out of the castle, right? They're coming out of the, you know, kind of craziness.
Right. Remind us of the context because I wanna make sure that like the feedback we're giving fits.
Yeah, like I think they're running into the forest, right? The cave, den. Okay. Okay, got you. I think I already have some ideas. So right there, like they just left the crazy. It was the vampire gala before this. It's a chase scene. They're running through the forest, so that's all the fast-paced craziness.
You ought to write a book off of this.
I know,
honestly.
dude. Seriously, this is great. All right, let's run it. I'm excited for you, man.
But this is the one that Thunder's supposed to be carrying through, right?
I think a little bit.
I
hear the rain.
hear it. I hear the rain now.
Got you. I have some ideas. There's a little bit of thunder back there once it's mixed. Structurally here, I think you're on the right track. And I just bring that forward. So when you move into the high trill at the top there, I'll just push that forward a little bit so you change texture and you change maybe even octave, but you don't change energy too much. I would just push that forward maybe just a tad. Get a little bit punchier, a little bit more open right there. I do like that back and forth though.
Yeah.
And I would love, so after this, you go to like your breath transition here. I would love to bring up some low end information there, probably automated before that break right there. So you get the, like, again, I'm imagining a movie and they're running through the forest, right? They're going crazy. It's raining, it's thunder, there's lightning everywhere. And like, this is what I'm picturing in my brain, right? And they like jump to the other side of like a big log that's in the way and they like hide behind the log or something like that. And then the character that's chasing them, you see him like peek over the, you know what I mean? Like,
it's crazy that you're saying that because it's like I thought that was like
what's happening.
exactly.
It's like we've already seen the movie.
It's so
like,
crazy.
Yeah,
like,
it's really
but
cool
that's
visuals.
crazy that we had the same vision.
Reaction to it. Yeah. So it's like, and then like you see the character like peeking over trying to find him and they're breathing in the rain, right? So I would love for a big drop right there. So like the energy is crazy, maybe a big thunder roll right before then, maybe even bring up like a low bass, like a low cello or something like that underneath it. And then it kind of drops right before that. And then you get to just the breathing, right? What would actually be in the film or the short and stuff like that. Something like that I think would be interesting. Maybe bring up some bass texture, a little bit of a thunder rumble, maybe a low cello or cello, something that builds some steam right there in the low end and then cuts. That way it's a little bit more dramatic. And I think it just adds to the visual. It adds like again, I'm picturing a whole movie already and I haven't seen anything, right? This is not to a film yet.
So that's talent, retrack.
Yep. And so I think the more you do that, the better off you'll be. But I would maybe beef up those transitions just a little bit. And start to build up. You know what I mean right there? Yep, 100%. Yeah, that little build up right there just helps shift energy 100%. I love him, Goldman. I love him.
I don't mind this either.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. And this is so early too. This is not fully automated. This is not fully
Right.
produced yet. This is still pretty early in the project. A lot of things have shifted. A lot of things have changed. So I can't wait for this to be like mixed and fully produced out, because you're crushing it, Retrack. And like even here, my instinct of what works better in my mind based on you, those brass stabs are so cool. You've already given them a lot of energy early on, and they transition you so powerfully into the next section of the chase that I think is fantastic. I would personally maybe leave it out here just so it matters more when you have it, right? Like leave it out here and focus on your velocity automations and your dynamic automations. So instead of and then coming back into a low part with the harp and stuff in there, I would maybe just just give you that big swell of automation with your strings, and maybe with like a low brass that you have, instead of relying on the stab to transition again. Just
Exactly, Wubs. Yeah.
And then it comes back down to the, I guess it starts going back into those early melodies, right? I think something like that would just make it a little smoother and less of a callback to the brass. And then if you come back in with some more stuff, maybe it'll matter a little bit more. Just an idea, throwing it out there. 100%, Wubsy, I agree.
One of those graphic audios.
So kind of coming out of this, what's up, Rocky? See, and then you bring in those stabs again. I feel like if you hold the early one, it matters more that they come back in with the drums, right? If it's kind of always sprinkled in, then you might lose some of its impact. Okay, so then it basically ends here, and then it transitions. You said there's going to be a wolf howl, I think, leading into the cave, the den, which is your next section of this here. Okay, perfect. So here's what I imagine, and to me, it lends itself to the echoey openness of your next transition being the cave. I would lean into that, right? When I think cave, I think of openness and echoey. I think what would be really cool is after the drums is to transition. This keeps your whole score really cohesive. So if you have a multi-track score, it keeps some of your sound design cohesive, is go back to maybe the harpsichord or your pipe organ with maybe a bit of processing on it, nice open like stereo, like cavernous reverbs or something like that, and come back into, so the low, that's too low. Almost this like, and you can even like on the organ side, you can have a little bit.
Yeah.
Think of like Interstellar, Cornfields, kind of like that whole kind of like, you have like a whole different energy right there. But I think kind of harking back to older sound design in your earlier records makes it sound really cool. So if this is an organ, I'm not going to try to find an organ right now, but if you kind of go, if you like start here and it's kind of slow, and then you kind of bring in a little,
Right.
and then you maybe layer that with a harpsichord, you have an opportunity to rebuild more chase, rebuild some more of that energy without it feeling like the same, with going back and anything feeling copy and paste, because that's what's cool about film. There's nothing copy and pasted. It's a continuation of the story. So if you go too far back to the exact same thing, even think of like a film like Pirates of the Caribbean, it'll be like a 3-hour movie, and you have like the theme of the structure that's very consistent, but it's also this evolution of what's happened there. So I think it would be really cool to bring back in your harpsichord, because I think that's such a gritty, really like high transient instrument that just slices through. It's really interesting. But I think the pipe organ to you might be one of your missing pieces. And then you can, dig into automation in your processing once you get into the cavern scene, your cave and stuff like that, the den, of processing in a way that reflects that really well. But I think you're crushing it. So I think that's one idea. Get yourself into a space of like something like that. And then you have like the low strings, you can really add more energy there. That to me, it immediately gives you the breath and the pause that you have. You're still in the forest, but you're transitioning to something else, but you need to chase again. You just increase your pacing right there with something really quick.
Welcome in, Olive. All of the info is actually at the link tree in Torvik's profile right here. So if you go to the bio, you'll be able to find it. It's listed out as track talk submission.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Track talk
100%.
submission.
How does that sound, Retrack? Because that to me, I feel like is like your best course of action. Bring back some old sound design that might not even be in this one because it helps you with your transitions. It helps you to bring in some new stuff into the
That's a
next
great
one.
plan, yeah.
And then I think if you want something fast, you can still keep it low key. Like it can still even be piano up. Just you can even go higher. You can have like a lot of other that is like layered over some organ and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be super like loud and vibrant and stuff like that.
That way you can change it up a bit.
Like especially if you have this whole big, like everything is, you get the drums and it's kind of big and it's massive, and then you like all this build up. Like that can be really tame and restrictive and like restrained, while it holds so much like potential energy. It's like technically quiet, but there's so much energy to it that I feel like it'll still give you the chase feel that you're looking for, and then accent that with the drums. Boom, 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 boom. Like you can create a lot of like energy, a lot of potential energy there.
I'm pumped.
I think that's your best course of action. Obviously, that depends a little bit on what comes next in your story and like what comes next in your vision and how you actually want to present that in the mix. But this is easy to come out to because you can easily then, if you go crazy there for a second, right, with some fast-paced stuff, some organs and stuff, you can easily bring it down back to... and let that be your resolve. It never happens early in the song, so you don't have to bookend it. Nothing's looped, but you have a like easy transition with like piano or strings to kind of pluck your way at the end of the song and then transition to whatever you want to do at the end of that. But man, y'all show some love to Reach. I hope that's helpful.
Retrack. I'm
hope
so
that's helpful,
freaking
man.
pumped. Like, you are doing some killer
Beast,
stuff, dude.
man.
I don't feel like I ever thought that this was in you, and now that I know, I'm not gonna ever let you live it up because you're so freaking talented,
Dude, you've been going to another level, man. I've been
Dude,
so
I
impressed.
can't wait to partner with you on more projects in the future. Like
So
for
impressed.
Torvik and I to be able to help you out however we can, and in any way that you could possibly want our assistance. Like
Yeah.
it would just be so fun to partner on a project for sure.
100%. Man, show some love. Show some love. That is the family. Retrack, you're amazing, dude. I absolutely love what you're doing. I'm very, very, very excited to hear how you build out these records, man.
I know
think-
you're over here sometimes too, so
Yeah, movie summary. Yep, dude, it's so fun, Wubsy. I
movie
would
sound
love.
production is another level of talent.
That's like one of
Definitely.
my bucket list things. Is like to be able to like score,
You're really good at
score
it.
a movie.
So,
It'd be
yeah, you
really
should
fun
definitely-
it'd be fun to do something like that. But man, show some love. That's the family. Retrack, we love you so much, man. Can't wait to hear how this whole project pans out, man.
There you are,
Amazingly,
Hydra.
amazingly
Perfect.
talented.
Perfect
All
time.
right, Hydra, you're up. Give me some context. I got you pulled up right here. I know that you're in and out a little bit. This is it Isoma? Am I saying that correctly?
No, we
My
don't play like
Eyes-
big people in here. We're not gonna play Green Day, but thanks for the suggestion.
Sure.
I grew up listening to them for sure. I think my mom did too. They're like OG, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Retrack. We're here at this place for the next month or so. So within that time frame, yeah. And then after that, we'll move into our
Yeah,
new
no,
place. And we'll be
absolutely.
settling in.
Yeah, we will, and we'll make time for you, dude. Like, absolutely.
Oh, let's go. Okay, this is My Eyes, the Hydra edit. Let's get into it. So you're
For this evening.
Yeah, for this. Let's
Literally.
go. All right, it's revision time. Let's get into it, man. I'm excited. Have I heard this before? The name doesn't sound familiar, but let me know. If you can, I do two shorter. If you can I do two shorter?
Playthroughs, and you tell me if each is okay for playing.
Okay, sure. So you have two for two different versions?
Or 2 songs. But
Or-
then
yeah, or
I guess
2.
that wouldn't really be fair to everyone else. Like,
Well, if I just listen to each one once, then we won't do a back
Sure,
and forth for the
okay.
other one. So I'll just listen to one, give my 2 cents on it. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, if I just play one, then that's I mean,
what do you think?
if I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two, then that's fine. If I just play one, then that's fine. If I just play two,
We usually make people submit twice.
Yeah,
but
that kind of opens up a whole other thing. Are you going to be doing any branding stuff at all?
I don't think so. No.
If we're not going to
Hydra
touch,
knows where he's at with that.
if I can do it if we don't talk about anything else and I play, because otherwise typically because it's my brain just has to switch modes for two different songs and listen intently to each one. So if we just do
second song has been through full mastering.
okay, yeah, we'll do one each. Send in the other song while I start this one.
Hydra, your family, but like we got you.
Yeah, yeah,
We'll just
we'll
do
make
it this time. Yeah.
This one hasn't been mastered yet though. Got you. Okay. I haven't heard this yet. This is nice.
Gotta get those monitors back, dude.
I know, man.
Nice.
That's a beefy mix. I like it.
Perfect for live.
Love the noise on that. Yeah, this is nice.
Welcome in.
What's up, Rofi?
I'm ready. I can feel it coming.
I see the waveform.
At the link tree in Torvik's profile. Welcome in.
Automation's great. What's up, Jay? Love that metallic ring. That resonance is great, dude. This feels ready to go, man.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Little false drop here. Yeah, this feels ready, man. This is nice. Love the grain. Love that grain right there. Okay, the slow down.
Okay, I like that transition.
LFO automation. Is that Travis? Damn.
Sick.
Killer. This mix is beautiful, man. Mix is gorgeous. Really nice. Yeah, let's go, Yucca. Yeah, ship it, dude. This is great. Beautiful balance. No mud at all. Super tight mix. Super tight mix. Hey, welcome over, Fresh. Really, really clean balance on the low end, man. Come on. Still super transient, super snappy and punchy. Sounds great, man.
Killer Hydro.
And this still needs
As
the
always.
master. It still needs the glue. It still needs to be connected. So you're ready.
It's perfect.
Beautiful, dude. Absolutely beautiful. Y'all show some love to Hydra. We're going to run track 2. So this one is master. Yeah, in my personal opinion, that's ready to ship. Master it, connect it, glue it. You're ready to go. This sounds gorgeous,
If
man.
you guys aren't as familiar with Hydro, definitely tap in on Spotify and all the socials.
Please.
Super talented. And Hydra, we absolutely love having you in the Discord. I think it's perfect for you to be in there as more of a mentor. And
Definitely, dude.
Our community is lucky to have you, dude.
Hell yeah.
Thank you so much.
I love that. And the Travis bit in there is super clean too. Like you're locked in. Yeah. That feels transient and sharp and punchy, even on the low end. Like I think we talk about this all the time, so I won't hammer it home. A lot of getting your low end to present itself in the mix happens in the mids and the highs. Like that's the magic of it, right? Like just cranking 60 hertz and 100 hertz or something oftentimes just creates a lot of mud and a lot of other issues and phase issues and stuff like that. You've done a great job. You've done a great job of balancing that low end. It's punchy, it's clean, it's impactful.
Absolutely. We would love to have you.
It's gonna move the woofers. But still feel sharp and clean and dancey, and I love that. All right, this is Donda, a Hydra Afro House remix, also for tonight's event. Let's get into it.
Okay.
I don't think I've heard this one either, have I?
That's already scratching an itch in my brain.
That little bit of like chorusing right there is just nice. A little crispy.
Yeah, exactly. It's like literally almost giving me ASMR tingles.
Mm-hmm.
So nice.
Got you. It's been a minute then.
It feels good to be home.
Oh yeah. It's been a while since I've heard this.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Open mix, dude.
No worries.
It feels good to be home.
is a loud master. I mean, I like it. Sounds good. You got to be at like at least like -6 or something. Integrated.
And to all of you, I thank you so much for
I got
your
you.
support.
That's not too crazy.
For your support of me for so many
I
years.
had
and more
10 probably on
importantly,
most.
Thanks so much, Rejack.
9 or 10.
For the work you continue
Yeah, I was gonna
to
say
do.
you're not doing too bad.
What do you want me to talk about?
It sounds beautiful. The balance, gorgeous, beautiful.
Well, he said something that was a little bit dangerous.
You're worried about this
He
part?
told me I could talk about
Yeah, probably this like
anything
peak
I
right
wanted
there.
Yeah.
to. And you know I am my son's mother.
Yeah, but wait till you hear this.
I mean, if you're getting that high, you're probably soft clipping a bunch too,
so
right?
decidedly different.
I love that tension.
My son. What made the project extra special to me is I got a chance to share not only what he has meant to me,
Yeah.
but what he has meant to a generation. As one writer said, we came from somewhere.
Your vocal automation just jumps a touch there.
Yeah.
From a long line of generations who came before. What he has meant to a generation. 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 Generation.
I don't feel like this is too much here. It's honestly just on the build-up, on the vocal.
No, this honestly reads more like a vibe out track than like a hype track.
Yeah.
Like on that build up, I thought it was gonna get really, really hype, and then it kind of just stayed like chill in a way. But I don't mind it.
Balance is beautiful though. It's wide, it's open.
Your intuition is always really nice.
Yeah. Nice little subtle sidechain right there. Yeah.
I think people will just be vibing out, bro. Honestly.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you get them really hype, and then you vibe out, and then you get them hype again. It's like
Yep.
it's just yeah. Oh, I wish we could be there, bro.
Killer, dude.
I
So
really,
good.
really wish we could
so,
just
so good.
teleport to you and your show tonight.
Okay, first track, master it. It's ready to go. Balance is beautiful. Buildups are super open and they're very well established. I'm only going to go over one part here, man. The majority of this track is incredibly well balanced, punchy, boomy where it needs to be, noisy when it's necessary, has incredible dynamic range as you can see and hear in the track. Love it. Absolutely love it. The only one part that I do hear some of that shift just for a moment is there's an automation jump on the vocal, I think to keep it on top of the mix potentially. I think it's around 315. I'll double check it here in a second.
Yeah, it was right around there.
Please do, dude. Yeah, about I think it's around 315, 320.
Please, yes, please.
There's an
I'll watch it a
automation
million
jump
times.
on the level of the vocals right there. I would watch that, or keep you might already have one on there. Keep a dynamic EQ on there, so as you push that vocal forward, it still tames like 1,000 hertz, 1,500 hertz, kind of in that pocket right there, so that you can lift some energy without it like resonating too much, without it feeling too ringy. The mids do feel like they jump a lot there because of the vocal. So I think you're in a good spot, man. Please get them insured. All right, let me run it back. I want to run it back.
Get what insured?
I want to run this little section right here.
The project extra special to me is
The speakers you're about to play this on.
what
Right.
he's meant to me. But what he has meant to a generation.
And right in here.
As one writer said, we came from somewhere.
So right here, there is that temptation to turn, and I did turn it down a little bit when that happened. So when this automation jump comes in at 3, it's like between 320 and 330 in that pocket. It happens a couple times where that vocal leaps over the mix, right? 320 to 330, right in that pocket. I did turn it down because it just got so. Now once the beat rebalances again, yeah. I would, because the last thing you want is for people to do that. I mean, you want them to lean into the experience. Once everything comes back in, the mix rebalances, like that, that loudness effect rebalances the low end, so everything feels a little bit softer and more
It'll be
open.
worth it, yeah.
But it's so much more prominent right there. I'll play it one more time.
You don't want people being like,
yeah, you don't want people to be like, "Ooh, that's super loud in here." You know what I mean? Like when you just hear something that's like, you want it loud, you want it punchy,
Of
you
course,
want
yeah.
you want it crazy,
but in the best way, yeah.
but in a way that people just feel like they're floating, right? I hear that jump a little bit too clearly, so I would soften that, maybe re-EQ it lightly so it doesn't ring too much. It's not too resonant. That's it. Once the beat comes back in, you're floating, you're back in the vibe. It's so good. And the buildup itself is so beautiful. It's so textural. There's some granular synths in there, some noise that I just absolutely love. Let me play this one more time, and then you're good to go, bro. I think the first
that buildup is definitely like the star of the show.
Yeah,
you know?
that's
it's
the
so
the Hydra staple buildup. It's so
Yeah.
good. I'll play it one more time.
love it.
But what he has meant to
You hear it in everything. You hear the everything kind of goes, it jumps up a step, and you hear it. You just don't want to hear that automation too clearly. It almost sounds like the master just got louder, so I would just address that pocket right there.
As one writer said,
And then that feels like another 4 dB louder right there. Soften that portion. First mix is ready, master, it's ready to go. The rest of this master here, the rest of this pocket, you crushed. Beautiful, open, punchy. You're a legend, dude.
I'm excited, Hydra. I
Dude.
hope it goes really well. Definitely let us know. Keep us updated in the Discord.
If you have not already heard if you like what you just heard, the last 2 tracks, which were gorgeous, you should. If you have not heard Hydra's music before, please go.
You're missing
to
out on some
Spotify,
incredible
Go to your favorite DSP, stream the
treasure,
songs.
truly.
Some really, really talented production. I've now experienced Hydra's music for the last probably year and a half. A beast of a producer, just good people too. Definitely show some love to the family. Hydra, you're amazing, dude. Let us know how the show goes tonight. You're an absolute beast, man.
Yeah,
I got
good
you.
luck, dude.
Got you, man. It's you are starting off on a really good foot, man. This is absolutely beautiful production structure. So y'all give it up one more time for Hydra. Absolute
It would have
beast.
been incredible either way, and you know it.
Oh, of course, dude. Anytime. I'm glad we were able to catch it right on time, and then they're ready
Absolutely,
to go. Dude.
yeah.
You don't
have so much fun, dude.
Yeah, you don't have much work in front of you at all. OMS, hop in the chat. One more step. Hop in the chat. Let me
Yay,
know
one
that
more
you're here.
step. I didn't know you were in here. Congrats. I'm
Currently,
excited.
we've got one more step.
On the
Fresh,
next song.
Brag, and Rock in the building.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
So fun. What a pleasant surprise.
All right, y'all. One more step.
I think we do have one more open slot, guys, if any of you are in the chat and you want it for today. Otherwise, we will just close the lines. And we might do a random weekend stream this weekend, maybe on Sunday or something. So we'll see.
All right, this is Listen to You by Wavy and One More Step. I've heard this song before, right? Or is it a new one? Let me know. Refine my mixing process, still making tweaks to take this track to its full potential. That's what I like to hear, man. I'm excited. This is Listen to You by Wavy and One More Step. Let's get into it. Oh yeah, this is new. I like it already.
Yay.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
The vibes are right already.
You say you love me, but you never sure. Yeah, your vibe cool
Thank you, Jay Baker. What's up, man?
Hi, Baker. Good to see you. Let's go. One more step.
Did you mix Wavy on this one?
Just when I hear your voice to the phone, of course. Tell me what you feel. What's deep in your core? 'Cause I can't fix
So good to see you, dude. It's been a while. Yeah, your mixing is getting better.
Way better.
Better and better.
You've been moving like we ain't got nothing to lose. I know you scared to fall. I've been falling here too. But girl, I still pull up just to listen to you.
Way better mixing Wavy's vocals.
Tell me all the things that you've been through. Even if it hurts, just let loose. Girl, I hear the judges.
Do you have track outs for this or
I
no?
wanna listen to you. I wanna listen.
I hear it, man. I hear it.
Congratulations,
Tell me
seriously.
what's on your mind.
Santo, what's up?
Take your time. I give you my shoulder to cry.
Santo's in
I don't
here.
care if we used to fight. I'll
Let's
be there
go.
when you
Good to see you,
need
Santo.
tonight. Forget the past, we can make
Family's
it
hopping in.
right. Hold a grudge 'cause there's more to life. Forget the world, it's just you and I'll be your remedy. I'll give you what you need. I'm here to be your peace. Girl, you can talk
cool.
to me. I can see you trying to hold on. I can see you trying to be strong. I can see you've hurt for so long. I can tell it's time to let go. Wanna be the one
Thank
that
you, Baker.
ease your
Appreciate you,
pain.
man.
Oh, it's hard to see how things will change. You lie, will always find a way.
Thanks for
You
the
don't
gifts,
have to
Baker.
wait until
So
you
sweet.
break. Here for you no matter what it takes. I'm by your side, yeah, I'm here to stay. Not alone, it's gonna be okay. I wanna listen to you. Tell me all the things that you've been through. Even if it hurts, just let loose. Girl, I ain't here to judge, just here for you. I just wanna listen to you. I just wanna listen to you.
Let's go one more step.
Sometimes I just look at you in the camera and I'm just like, you're so cutie.
Oh, that's very sweet. That's very sweet of you. Yo, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That was one more step. One more step.
Big shout out, one more step.
One
That
of
was
the
so
better
sick.
mixes that I've heard from you. Honestly, especially working with other vocalists. It's difficult sometimes, especially when you're used to mixing your own vocals, to take in another vocal with their mic and their setup and their tone and try to facilitate a mix that feels really clean and really cohesive, man.
No, you didn't. You whatever.
Yo, show some love to one more step.
I
Let's
could
get
be
into it.
way more gross than that, guys.
Oh no, we're gonna be nasty. Yeah, you're crushing it, dude. Let's run it back. Okay, so I have a couple ideas. I have a couple ideas that I
Like,
think.
oh, little boo boo.
Oh god. All right, I have a couple ideas. Moving on as quickly as we can from that. I
Yeah,
have
for
a couple,
sure. Please.
a couple quick ideas that I think would make the vocal production a little bit more interesting and more engaging, so it doesn't get too heightened and too noisy with the reverbs and delays. I think you could do it on your vocal and his vocal in the same way, and it's a super easy revision. Besides that, I think like levels are good. Good
I feel
balance
like the
is good.
only part that stuck out to me is like, should there be a little restructuring or something? Is the bridge.
Okay.
But it's not like it was shocking. Hey, thanks for
Hey, thanks so
following.
much.
It's not like it was shocking or stood out too much. I just wanted to hear it again and listen
Sure.
more closely.
Oh yeah.
But I really love the whole vibe. The song is great.
Both of y'all's vocals sound great on this, man. All right, let's
Yeah.
get it.
You guys work so well together, for real.
I like this sample a lot too. It's a cool beat.
You'll say you love me, but you're never sure. Girl, your vibe cool, let her win a snore. I've been trying to call, but you keep on ghosting. You out in the club.
Like, this is wavy right here.
Yeah.
I ain't tryna hurt you, no, no,
His
back
vocals
and
reminding
forth.
me of someone and I cannot place it. It's
Just when I
annoying
hear
me.
your voice to the phone,
We have one more open spot, Santo, if you want it. But you can go over to Twitch. That's where you, or go to the link tree in Torvik's profile and then click see the line. That's honestly the easiest way.
Hell yeah. So let me see. It reminds me of Party Next Door a little bit. Is the artist that
yeah.
kind of pops into my head, especially in like the lower register and stuff
I
like
don't
that.
know if that's who I was thinking of, but I could definitely see that.
Yeah, for sure.
I like it. Either way, I really like it.
Definitely. Yeah, I think the mix on Wavy's vocals is really, really nice, man.
Mhm. should be so
Just
proud.
when I hear your voice to the phone, of course. Tell me what you
And a good mix on your like automation and your ambiance and like your backgrounds and stuff like that. Those are sounding like better than I feel like I've heard them in a while, man. Sounds good.
Tell me what you feel. What's deep in your core? 'Cause I can't fix us if you just ignore. Baby, talk to me sweet. Now I don't run from the truth.
Okay, so here's kind of my idea. I think it's this section. Let me hear it a little bit farther.
You've been moving like we ain't got nothing to lose. I know you scared to fall.
Yeah, right in here. Okay, so let me back it up a little bit. So my idea, I think in my brain, if you keep your like reverb boxes and your delay boxes stuff too high for too long in this song, it'll start to sound noisy. Now, early on, it sounds ambient. Like early on, it sounds open and ethereal, and I love all those reflections and the reverb sound really, really nice. I would pay attention to the production and automate accordingly. So what happens is the production is a little bit looser, it's a little bit more open, and then it breaks down, it gets tighter to just and it gets like 4 on the floor, filter down, really tight and really dry. I would personally mirror that with your vocal automation on your like reverbs and delays so that you don't have this like really tight, what I think is supposed to be.
Thank you so much
for
for
the
the
follow.
follow.
Appreciate
Yeah.
it. What I'm assuming is supposed to be like a tight, darker, filter down production structure, and you're maintaining all of like the bright openness of all those reverbs and delays. I would personally bring those down to almost dry or you know, short. You can automate shortening them up a little bit so it's not a 4-second hall reverb on Valhalla or something like that. It's like maybe 1.2 seconds, 1.5 seconds. It's a little tighter, right? I think if you can find a way to dry up that section of the song, it's going to make it way more dynamic because the whole song doesn't have this like this big noisy reflection all the time, which sometimes sounds good, right? Like going into your hook, the intro with Wavy's vocal sounds really nice, sounds really open. But I would listen to the production, see where it's going. If it's getting more intimate and a little bit more dry and vulnerable, maybe mirror that with the vocal. That way the vocal gets a little bit drier, a little punchier, a little bit more like a little bit more direct, and then open it back up for the hook. I feel like that'll just make the song feel more interesting and make the vocal production feel a little bit more intentional when you go through this section. So on this little like pre-hook right here, I would maybe tighten it up just a little bit.
What's deep in your core? 'Cause I can't fix us.
That's that next level stuff. That sounds pretty good to me.
Like right here.
Baby, talk to me sweet. Now I don't run from the truth.
Everything gets really tight.
Moving like we ain't got nothing to lose. I know you scared to fall.
At least with your
I could
reverbs.
fall in here too, but girl, I still put
Otherwise, the whole song kind of has that hiss at the top. Yeah, lower it there. So when the track breaks down, break down the vocal mix a little bit too, right? Like dry up the vocals there, at least with your, maybe keep the delays if you want a little bit more of that so you fill in the space. But maybe bring down like your reverb boxes there to dry up the vocal a bit and then bring it back up for your hook because the whole track just gets so much smaller. And I want you to be able to maintain your dynamic range there as much as you can. This is the section I would do it.
just to listen to you.
And then back up here.
I wanna listen to you.
Yeah. Once everything comes back in, mirror that with your vocal production and instrumental, production, right? So everything gets more vibrant, the vocals come back up, your aux is pushed a little bit more, you get more reverb and stuff like that. Higher, and I lowered it and brought it back in the hook. I personally would, yeah, because it still sounds, I think just because the production changes there, I don't hear a big difference there, but it's probably just because it's way more prominent there. So you might have brought it down a little bit, but since it's really only that you hear, it still sounds pretty prominent. I'd bring it down. Like, I think it would be cool to hear the beat come down to that kind of filtered drum, and then at the same time come down to a drier vocal with some automated delays and stuff like that. That's my perspective on it. And then bring it back up here.
Even if it hurt, just let loose. Girl, I
This is nice, man.
Got you in a second, Seal.
I wanna listen to you. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just take your time. I give you my shoulder to cry. I don't care if we used to fight. I'll be there when you need tonight. Forget the past, we can make this right.
What's up, Sanko?
Cause there's more to life. Forget the world is just you and I. I'll be your remedy. I'll give you what you need. I'm here to be your peace. Girl, you can talk to me. I can see you trying to hold on. I can see you trying.
Balance on your personal mix is like is so much better, man. So much better. In between homes, Senna.
In between, you have a good memory.
Yeah, nice.
Also, really good to see you. But yeah,
between.
this is the in between one, so we'll be here for like 3 to 6-ish weeks. We don't really know exactly, but then we'll be moving into our more permanent destination.
Exactly.
What you need, I'm here to be your peace. Girl, you can talk.
Which who really knows what permanent means with us, but
I can see you trying to be strong. I can see you've hurt for so long.
So like even here, because all of your verse, this is I think just where some of the intention and honestly just you really understanding your vision for your vocal here will come into play. Once you get into some of these peripheral delays and reverbs and stuff that you have here, since it's on all of your vocal all of the time here, I do feel like I miss a moment of clarity and a moment of punch. So like I almost like am curious if on your kind of pre-hook, like maybe drying it up a little bit there and then bringing some texture back in, leading into the hook again. But I think it's that idea of the wetness of your vocal structure throughout this song that is like the one thing I would revisit. Your balancing is really good here. The beat itself to the vocal, amplitude feels fine. Like it feels well balanced. They're not too prominent. They're not getting ducked in the mix too much. Everything's sounding really clean. The wetness factor of your like delays and reverbs is the one thing I'd probably revise once and maybe make some small tasteful changes and just kind of revisit that part of the song. Everything else, man, honestly is sounding really, really good. But I think it's just because I'm hearing so much of the same things so often in the song that I'm losing some of like what is one more step saying here? Like I feel like sometimes I am distracted by all the reflection that I miss a little bit of what's happening in your vocal. So a little bit of cleanliness when it comes to that vocal and automated it like maybe almost completely dry. Hold on, but on the hold on, you wet it up like crazy and toss it in the background with your other layers. Dry it up again, and then your stacks go super wet right there. I think a little bit more intention behind your automation on your delays and reverbs will take the song over the edge. You're super talented. I love the writing from both of you on this. Both of y'all are crushing it. You're doing so much well.
Sorry
honestly.
to interrupt his portion of the breakdown with the fact that I just gotta say your website is killer, bro.
Let's go, dude.
I freaking love it, and I'm super, super proud of you. Yeah, we'll talk, but that looks really great.
Is it CL Music Live? Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you hopping in. Hit exclamation point submit, and you'll see all of the steps, all of the details.
And thank you so much for being here.
Yeah. It's up to you how fast you go. So if you want, you could be the next song if you want to, but I would just read through all those details so you understand the structure of the live. And we got you.
Dude,
I appreciate you being
I'm
here.
so proud of you. One more step.
Dude, you're crushing it, man.
Amazing job.
I love that.
Here, I'll drop the submission link in the chat for UCL.
Perfect.
I'll be your remedy. I'll give you what you need.
So maybe here on the I'll be your remedy. I'll give you what you need.
This is the bridge, right?
It's his verse. It's just his pre-hook, basically.
Oh, got you.
Yeah. So like on this section here, I would maybe tighten up I would mirror what you do with Wavy, right? So if Wavy has this big reflective vocal, and then you tighten it up going into the last hook, where the melodies are really tight, your processing is really tight, and then you open it back up for the hook. Maybe try to do maybe the same thing with yours, right? So like you're a little bit more ethereal, it's more open, more reflective, you have a lot more energy there. And then going into your pre-hook, you dry it up a little bit. I'll get you what you need. Dun, 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 dun. And it's like tighter, the melody's consistent, and you don't have nearly as much reflection taking away from what you're saying.
Maybe that's all I was hearing then is what you're describing.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of
see.
noisy, kind of busy.
More than life, forget the world is just you and I. I'll be your remedy. I'll give you what you need. I'm here to be your peace. Girl, you can talk to me.
Yeah, exactly. This was the part.
Yeah. It's like I feel like I miss. I mean, Baker, you won't get much out of that, but I guess technically you could. You just wouldn't really get much of a benefit from that. Yeah, I think that's really what it is, because I'm hearing the delay, I'm hearing the ad lib, I'm hearing the reverb, and it's taking away from.
If it could just be a bit tighter, then it would probably clean it up.
100%. And even like I said, like dry it up completely and rely on your delays. Rely on kind of the energy of those background vocals to make it sound, nice and clean and tight, because your layering is great.
There was something about the repetition of it too that just kind of felt like it made it drag or something, but it's not that. I don't feel like it's that noticeable.
Yeah, I
probably
think
just
I could
me
hear
being really picky.
Yeah, but it also could partially be long reverbs and delays. So
Exactly.
you have this da 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 V, and it is slow and has some movement to it, but then those notes are also stretched for the next 4 seconds, and then the delay carries it into the next phrasing. So I think it's maybe a little bit of both. You know, it could be possibly rephrased just a little bit, but I also do think that
just melodically, not
Yeah.
really like the not lyrically.
yeah, for sure.
I'll give you what you need. I'm here to be.
Yeah, because it need that's actually cutting at a good point, but then I hear the from it for like 3 seconds after it, and I think that's just making it feel like too
Probably,
slow
yeah.
and stuff like that. So honestly, I would just do your pre-hooks for both artists, you and Wavy. Do your pre-hooks, at least in my perspective, a little bit drier, a little bit punchier, a little bit sharper. That way there's some contrast to your hook when you go a
Yeah,
little
all
bit more
the info is
ambient.
at the submission link. Just make sure you read through all those steps just so there's no surprises with how this works and stuff. But it is a modular line, so you can be skipped at any point, and you can also then skip. But yeah, it is modular, and we just want everyone to know when it's their first time, like what to expect.
100%.
Girl, you can talk to me. I can see you
Also,
trying
that
to hold
one note, the girl you can talk.
Absolutely,
girl,
Jaxie.
girl. There's one else on the girl you can talk to me. That like one little line right there. I think the note might tune up a
I'm
notch.
here to be your P. Girl, you can talk.
Girl, girl, you can. So on the, it's an E major, right? So on that high melody right there. So all of your other, to me, what makes it really catchy is the repetition of that line. Da, 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 da. I think the auto tune and even maybe the correction on Melodyne corrects it up to an A. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's technically in the right key. If you want it to go up to the A, I guess keep it on the A. I do think it would sound better because your octaves I don't think match right there if it was still on the G sharp. So I think if you had the melody match there, I think it would sound a little bit tighter. That might also be what makes it sound a little bit looser. Let me hear it one more time. I think it's just on the girl. I think girl, you can talk to me, something like
I'll
that.
give you what you need. I'm here to be your P. Girl, you can talk to me.
Yeah, it's like the octave, the girl, you can, it jumps up just like a semitone up to the A. Maybe make sure that it's up to you, obviously, what your intention was there, but I would just make sure that those are doing what you want them to do. I think one octave doesn't go up and one does. It's a half a second that it happens, but it makes one of the vocals sound like they're out of tune. So either get them both up to the A, so it's a really consistent melody, or if you want to follow your original melody, make sure that they're both corrected to the G sharp, then you'll be locked in. All right, let me skip into the last section here. Dude, you're crushing it, man. I'm so proud of you. Your mixes are sounding so much better. I love that you just invested time and energy and to making this happy, man. Couldn't be more proud.
Incredible.
Just let loose. Oh, girl, I ain't here to judge, just here for you. I just wanna listen to you. I just wanna listen to you. Oh.
Yeah, dude, let's go, man. Shout out to One More Step. One More Step. You're killing it, man. Super, super talented JQX. What's up, baby? Good to see you, man. Super,
exciting.
super talented. I've always loved your, from day one, I've loved your
Yeah,
writing, man.
seriously.
You're really, really talented
But
songwriter.
the fact that we've only seen you go up, 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 up is so dope.
Fire. So for me, biggest thing that I would focus on is the kind of structure of your automation for your wetness, right? Your wetness versus dry signal, your ambiance, your reflection delays, things like that. Be hyper intentional with that because it really does. Those are the things that set your song in space, right? So that's what sets your vocal from like dry and punchy to ethereal and open. So the way that you do that really impacts the way a song feels. It really, I mean, it seems like a small detail, but it's also a huge detail in the structure of a mix because it's what allows something to feel a little bit more direct and punchy, and it makes someone feel the directness of your lyric when you say it versus it being set into an environment that's really open and ethereal. So you really can dictate emotion by writing those faders a little bit. That's the one, I think one of the main things that I would dig into just a little bit more when it comes to your like your actual vocal automation, man.
Yeah.
Dude, I love it because that's the stuff that honestly, it can be the most challenging to learn, but the most fun to do once you have it, right?
And
So
the
it's
most
like,
impactful sometimes. I'm a very detail-oriented person, so all the things that people think maybe people wouldn't notice, I notice.
yep, dude. I use the spectral editor. He's like, I'm doing it all.
I
I'm
love
doing it
that.
all, man.
And,
I love it,
and
dude.
It shows. Like
Really does.
your level of improvement is out of this world.
So good, man.
You're taking one more step into space, am I right? I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Sorry, that was so stupid.
I don't think I have my joke on.
Okay, but yes, your website I'm so very proud of, and I'm just really, really happy to see that you have something going. And I know that you said you're consistently Katy Perry who? Oh God, let's not get started on that.
Don't
one.
remind me.
I know, right? I know that you said you're still working on it, cleaning it up, stuff like that, adding to it.
Thank you, Dupree.
But really, really off to a great start there. I did want to point out really, really quick, I did go double check your Spotify, and this happens sometimes, but I want to make sure that you get those artists that you have tagged, fully tagged, and hyperlinked within Spotify so that the algorithm can pick up on it and so that it's clickable on the user side. Right now they're not clickable. So what I want you to do is go back into your Spotify for artists and then retry it, kind of like you're tagging on Instagram, but try to make it like pop up like the
Let's go, Steph.
dang,
I love that, dude.
amazing. What'd you do it through? But yeah, just make sure that it like fully pops up and like makes you click their name, if that makes sense, so that yeah. Okay, I know you can figure that out. It'll be simple fix. That's all I noticed, honestly. You're really killing it. One more step, and I feel like your brand is becoming more identifiable and more recognizable. So that's really, really good right there. Did someone say pop? King Fresh is next. Then we got Bronson Bragg. Then we got Pop Pop Rock. And then we have one more spot left if anyone wants to snag it. If not, then we probably will just close the line early instead of staying on and waiting for someone to come, just because we do have other stuff to do. You guys know our life is crazy.
It's insane.
I bought the domain through Namecheap. It was only $20 a year, and I coded the HTML, Java, and CSS. Amazing! Wow, mad props, because even building websites through like freaking Squarespace and shit, I'm like, I'm so tired. So mad props there. It's awesome. That's my second wrong song. Okay, so if you don't have any specific questions, one more step, then we'll see you next time. But you are simply incredible. You know that you have 2 giant fans in us, and we just love you. And
always, man.
We love to see your journey.
The family, man. Y'all show some love. Of course, Marshall. Yeah,
just make sure that you're definitely, anytime you're releasing, I don't know if you've started releasing yet or not, but anytime you do, definitely keep us updated in the Discord, dude. We'd love to support you.
All right, y'all. I'm updating minimums now. So the board is full. Of course, anyone can still come in. Y'all can still skip, stuff like that.
Okay, no worries.
But I am updating as we go. Hey, I appreciate you hopping in. Good to see you.
Absolutely. One more step. You know, we always got your back.
Always, man. Appreciate you so much. King Fresh. This is my second.
Thank you so much, crew. Hope you're doing well too.
Sounds good, King. Let's get it. So I have Midnight Train. Is that correct? That's the most recent one that I got here. My meeting is going till 4 p.m. So I'll be going after. Okay, yeah, I got you. We got you covered, man. Keep you updated. All right. Let's see.
And
okay,
then
perfect.
King Fresh, really quick. I don't think I've gotten to go over your stuff. Is this your first time getting a breakdown in here?
I think so.
I feel like it is, right? And
Yeah.
you have been super, super patient. So
Appreciate
thank you
you
so
so much,
much for that. I know you caught us at a time when, you know, our life is
crazy.
going a little crazy. So we really appreciate
I'm
your
excited,
patience with
man.
that. And thank you for hopping in so early today so we could get you on. Since this is our first time and I do see that we have your YouTube, I'll definitely go over your YouTube and just check it out. I'll give you any feedback on that I can. But if you do have anything distributed on Spotify, just let us know and I will definitely get you some feedback on that as well.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good place to start from whenever this is your first time in here. So we can start there. And then, of course, if you have any specific questions, you know we got you.
Perfect. We got King Fresh. This is the official Midnight Train music video. So if you want to see what I'm seeing, you can go to YouTube and look up
very
King
cool.
Fresh Midnight Train. But yeah, give me some context on your tracking process, stuff like that. I even have a Pandora station.
I
Let's
love
go.
that.
I love it.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your production and your mix. Is it self-engineered? Did you go to a studio, etc.? Also, did you produce it? Is it a BeatStars beat? So on and so on. Give me some context and let's get into it, man. This is King Fresh Midnight Train. Let's run it.
time to take off. The night is not waiting for you or me. You must pay the cost and open your eyes so you can see the stars and the moon.
Love it.
The way that it shines, you got to be. She wanna ride on the train, yeah. So don't be late to me. She's digging
Cool vibe.
away in the wave of the breakdown. So come on and spread your wings, yeah. She like to fly away. She wanna ride away. It could be night or day, but she tripping on cruise control. Got the pedal out to the floor, breaking rules 'cause anything goes. Take my hand, I have
Hey, thank you so much, Bubsy.
Thank you for the gifted, Wubsy.
Congratulations, CL. So sweet.
So don't be late to me. She's digging away in the wave of the breakdown. So come on and
What a cool spot that you filmed this.
I know, right?
your wings, yeah. Let's go, let go, let's go.
Where is it? Where was it filmed?
She wanna ride on the train, yeah. So don't be late to me.
Let's go.
She's digging away in the wave of the breakdown. So come on and spread your wings, yeah.
5 minutes from where, though? I'm curious.
Struck 12. You better pick up your heels and vibe with me. This ain't no fairy tale. Your happy ending begins. We wanna ride on the train, yeah. So don't be late to me. She's digging away in the wave of the breakdown. So come on and spread your wings, yeah.
Great voice, man.
I can show you ecstasy. Come and spread your wings. I can sweep you off your feet.
All right, I'll double check,
Is
Marshall.
that in New York? I had to look it up. Okay. He said, I think the ending is too long.
I feel you. Got you, Jordan. I'll update everything in a minute. Let's go, man. Y'all show some love.
Okay,
Show some
nice.
love.
So any feedback is cool. I can redistribute it.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, dude. I think you got a lot of talent, man. You've got a good vocal range too. I like the texture and timbre of your vocal. It's really, really nice. Jordan, let me get you up there, and then I'll double check for you.
Somebody over on Twitch said, would be interested to know if this was written to this music or if you vibed it out after the initial session.
And then let's see. And then Marshall, I'll double check for you too. But man, y'all, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. And this is distributed now, right? So let me pull it up on Spotify.
We can update the line and then you guys can keep track of where you're at. Of course, like it says, we do have 3 tracks left for today. So whoever those top 3 are will go today. And then if, you know, it doesn't look like you're going today, it's not a problem. We will automatically save your credit and you can hop in anytime we're live. If you do want to be notified before we go live, we do have a broadcast channel on Instagram, and then we do also notify our Discord. So feel free, if you're interested in that, to join those groups.
Got you, Marshall. Okay, let me see.
We might do a random weekend live, guys. We never go live on the weekend, but we may try to go on Sunday.
Only thing, freestyle. Okay, cool.
If
cool,
that
cool, cool.
sounds fun to you guys, let us know. If the weekdays are better, though, then we'll just stick to the week.
Thank you, Wubsy.
Yeah, thank you so
Okay,
much.
really,
That's so sweet.
really quick. So, Marshall, I just got yours in. Right now, because people are coming in since those came in too. The minimum when you sent was 20. But now that is already, because Jordan, I just got yours in at the top, so I need to update the minimums now. So give me just a second. That is going to update kind of where things are at. But I do have your 15, so I'm going to get you on there. So I have you on the list so that I know to save it or kind of what you want to do with it. But I got to get these in the right order. So let me get...
Yeah, at least either way you have a 15 credit.
Yeah, you're already, and y'all will never miss out on your chance or your space or anything like that.
Thank you so much, crew.
I
We
appreciate
really
that, man.
appreciate you.
So Marshall,
yeah,
I
we
got
love
you
the
on
Vibe
there.
Tribe. You guys really, really make it what it is. I always say it, but we're just the facilitators. You guys really are the heart
Absolutely.
of the community.
All right, and then thank you so much, Wubsy. I appreciate you.
Check
Okay,
out both Torvik and Livy's music on all platforms. Thank you so much, Wubsy. That's so sweet.
okay, and got you.
Marshall said I can send the 20.
Okay, yeah, it's up to you, up to you. So I got you up there just because things were updated on the line, or
So just make sure to check the line
Yeah,
to
that's
see
gonna be
if
the
you would
easiest way
go
to keep
today or not. Yeah, that we always like for you guys to be in more control. That way we're not, messing up on what we're saying, or it is
Yeah.
just updating constantly. So I don't want to misguide anyone or mislead anyone. But yeah, pull up the line through the link tree exactly where you submitted, and you'll be able to keep track of it and do be in more control over what you do.
Absolutely. Yeah, because it's always, I don't want to say something and then someone else sends in and it's updated. Like Jordan just sent in, so it re-updated again. And so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. All right, let me pull this up on Spotify so I can at least stream it and see what's going on over there. What's the name on there?
It is King with 3 eyes and then Fresh.
Fresh.
There it is.
There we go. Midnight Train. All right, let's go. Let's run it, man. I'm excited. And did you do like a big promotion push for the song? Let me know. All right, this is Midnight Train by King Fresh, and I got you, Marshall. I got that 5 too. Thank you. Let me get this up. There's one very practical thing happening in the production structure.
So the thing is, Marshall, and the reason why, sorry, I just wanted to remind you to pull up the line, is that still wouldn't technically go today, right? Just
because it updated.
Yeah, we have Jordan, we have Bronson, and then we have, one second, sorry, Pop Rock. So you're after all of those 3, and we do have 3 more tracks left. Of course, if we can push ourselves, we will do 4, but that's where we're at right now. So I just wanted to, give you that update, but just be sure to check the line.
Yeah, definitely. That's the easiest way. I obviously can only update it as often as thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I can only update it as often as I have the ability to. Next would be 60. Top of the list right now is Jordan. After that would be 35. But that's why I always recommend y'all go check, because someone could notify me right now and that will change right now.
Right.
But it just depends on. And so that's why I want to make sure y'all see exactly where the line is currently. All right, but let me run King Fresh and we'll get back into that.
And we do have your Spotify pulled up, so we can easily go over that after this.
100%. All right, King Fresh, Midnight Train. Let's get into it.
It's time to take off.
Got you, CL. I got you.
The night is not waiting for you or me. You must pay the cost.
Appreciate you.
And open your eyes so you can see the stars and the moon. The wind.
Like you have a really good voice. You have good texture. Like I really like it, man. I have a couple recommendations. Now I'll say some things and Fresh, you've been here plenty of times now, even just in waiting for your song to get heard. So you know most of the context of what we do. A lot of what I'll say is really personal preference and a little bit stylistic, right? So I'll say some things that my brain kind of wants to hear. It's the way that I would maybe approach it as an engineer or producer. And then of course, if you disagree with that, perfectly fine. Music is subjective. If you like a certain effect on what you're doing, maintain that texture. I think it's really, really cool. But I'll say some things that I think would probably make this more impactful. But that's obviously, it's up to you to do what feels authentic stylistically 100% of the time.
Shine, you got to be.
Okay, so here's my initial perspective. On what you're doing vocally. I really like your voice. You do have a good voice. You do
I love
have
that perspective, Fresh.
I love that. I love that, man. That's an amazing attitude to have. Marshall, I'll get you updated here just 1 second. I appreciate you so much. So I love your approach to your vocals. You have great color and texture to your vocals. It's got like a little bit of rasp, a little bit of, it's nicely saturated in this mix too, and it's balanced really well. I personally think you have a good enough voice to get away with a more transparent production on it. Right now, you hear a lot of what's going on. Nothing wrong with that. There's obviously a reason why you would hear. So like I hear the chorusing happening on your vocal. I hear the compression hit. I hear the auto-tune correcting notes. And I think you have a good enough voice or could invest in good enough on the engineering side, good enough processing on it and like a good enough, like really intentional mix to have that vocal be a little bit more transparent. And by that, I mean like softening the chorusing by 10%. I mean, changing your retune speed on your vocal from like 3 milliseconds to 10 milliseconds. So it still is auto-tuned. It still is tight. It's still really consistent, but you don't hear it triggered every time your vocal changes a note. And I think that would make this feel like a little more authentic. It would feel a little bit more cohesive, and we'd hear more of like your vocal, still tuned, still compressed, still highly produced if that's a style that you like, but a little bit more transparent in its processing, where the first thing I hear isn't like auto-tuning, it's King Fresh. It's like I'm hearing your voice, I'm hearing that punch. Now, it's different if you're trying to do like the Lil Wayne metal album, you know what I mean? Like if you're trying to do something in that vein where you still want like a completely auto-tuned like R&B vocal on a rock beat or something like that, or hybridizing that with trap or something like that. But when I hear this beat and I hear what you're doing, I feel like you have a good enough voice and like a good enough vocal structure here that you can get away with softening that vocal production a little bit and letting your natural voice come through more. Like you got the chops, you got a great voice, man, and you got good vocal range. But sometimes I feel distracted by the timing that I hear with your auto-tune, because anytime you have like a really digital artifact like auto-tune, right? And I love auto-tune, I use it all the time. But when you the natural movement of a voice is soft, right? Auto-tune makes it digital. So it makes it like has a rhythm to it. You hear a note change like on a grid, it goes doo-doo. It changes exactly, which means you hear the timing of that vocal more strictly, and it can make certain parts of your vocal feel slightly off time. You soften that by 5 milliseconds, 10 milliseconds, then all of the sudden your voice just moves more naturally. Still highly auto-tuned though. Like if you like that effect, still highly auto-tuned, softening it by your like retune speed by 5 milliseconds could completely change the transparency of your vocal. So little things like that. That's just a stylistic thing. That's just my preference, you know. And I love a song with full auto-tune. I love a raw vocal. I love all the way across the spectrum. Hearing what I hear in this production, I feel like I could hear more of you, and I want to hear more of you because I do think you have a cool voice. You have a unique tone that I want to hear more of. So personal preference, but also, you know, some quality things in there. And then honestly, the only other thing, it's a good mix. It's a good balance on this mix. There is an issue in the production that I personally would have fixed if you have a chance to redistribute this and re-release it, because it's an issue in timing between the swing of the drums and the 808 that comes in on the hook. It's off time because one's on the grid and one's have swing, and I do think that is part of the issue that makes it feel a little bit less quality. And I'll show you in a sec. I don't know if I could fix my voice. I bet you'd be surprised. The magic that I have done with Melodyne, Wubsy, I think you'd be surprised. Yeah, so Jordan, the same place that you sent in, go to that same spot. There's an email there at the top, or in one of the steps right there. If you read through and follow the steps, you'll see an email right there. And I don't want to say it in here because then you might send it to the wrong one.
And they also hate for us to say emails. TikTok is very picky.
TikTok's funky with stuff like that. But yeah, same place you went. Follow the email there. You'll be good to go. Don't be late. Okay, let me skip into this last hook. The rest of the balance on this is really cool, Fresh. I think it's nice and clean. You got some cool ad-libs, some cool texture there.
It's a cool overall vibe.
Okay, so right here, my imagination tells me that these are VST drums or they are looped drums with some different effects added to them, right? So like based on kind of the production structure that I'm hearing with who you're working with. That's my assumption, right? They're VST drums that are quantized, right? What I'm hearing though is a bit of swing, right? So that means it's later in the pocket on the drum side. It's a little bit later, and so boom, it's a little bit late, right? So you push some of like your hi-hats and your snare later in the pocket, it gives you some swing. And there's different ways to do this, right? But what's happening is the 808, the dum 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 dum, 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 that 808, like the sub bass right underneath it, is locked to the grid. So what's happening is you'll hear the 808 coming in earlier than the drums. It's subtle, it's a small detail, but I can't unhear it now that I've heard it. It's coming in early by a couple milliseconds, which makes it feel like it's out of time or the drums are out of time or like the two things aren't coinciding.
Super cool,
right?
Wubs.
So what I would do is if you have drums that have swing, if it's a loop from Splice and it has swing, if it's drums that were played and they're a little bit off the grid, make sure that like not everything in the production structure is too rigid. Because if you have things that have swing and they're loose and they're out of the pocket a little bit, which can be a great way to add like humanizing things to a song and it can make it feel a little bit more natural, right? If that's happening, make sure you don't have like a prominent element that's like right on the grid. It's completely quantized. Like quantizing is like auto-tune for rhythm, if you don't know, right? So quantize is right on the grid. It's locked to the 1, 2, 3, 4. So all of your synths, your bass, stuff like that are locked in. So if that's happening, it's going to make one of those elements feel out of time. So I'm going to play this like last little part of the hook here, and you'll hear like the bass feels out of time with the drums because the drums have swing. They're a little bit slower and the bass is too fast. So make sure either the drums are on the grid or what I would prefer, push the bass back by a couple milliseconds so that it's back in swing with the drums. Small detail, but it does have a big impact on the way the production feels.
Your happy ending begins. We wanna ride on the train.
Here.
Yeah.
A little early.
Don't be late to me.
It's this much early. It's this much early, and that's strictly due to quantizing. So you literally just will like select all of the 808 and push it back by 3 milliseconds. You know what I mean? And then it will match up with the kick again. It'll feel like it's a little bit more tied together. Those are the only two things I would focus on, man. Let me skip into the last 20 seconds here. I think you're doing a great job. You got some cool writing on here. I do agree that your outro was a little long. Overall, I think, like in songwriting, you call this cutting the fat in a bunch of different areas, right? You call it cutting the fat. There's some spaces in this song that could be tightened up a little bit. The outro being one of those, right? This song's about 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Oh, thank you so much, CL. I
Which
appreciate
one
you.
is that?
Better off on your own. What can I say?
Yeah.
Happy Heartache. I can't even think of my own songs. Happy
No,
Heartache.
literally, yeah, I know.
Thank you so much.
I've heard that a million times. That's so sweet.
I appreciate that a lot. So those are the two things that I would focus on. Some of the vocal production aspects, those are stylistic. It's up to you to decide how you want to present your vocal. There's no right or wrong answer. No one can say there's too much auto-tune.
I kind of liked Jorvik. It was a little different.
Or there's not enough auto-tune or whatever. It just depends on what you want. If your intention is honored in the mix, then you are correct. You're the creative, right? No one can tell you there's too much of something. I can tell you what I think makes it more cohesive with the production, what I think represents your vocal the best, but I'm not right and you're not wrong or anything like that. It just depends on what you're looking to get out of your vocal. And I think some of those production elements could be softed and you'll hear more of you, which I think would be really sick. And then on the other side of it, 808 timing could be restructured. And then the song's 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Got you. Thank you so much, Jordan. I appreciate it.
Perfect.
3 minutes and 40 seconds. I think if you cut the fat, some of the tails of maybe your hook, some of the instrumentals, some of the outro, tightening the intro a little bit, like things like that, I think you could get this song to like 310, 315. That's just a bit more palatable. That's going to get you more playlists. That's going to get you more actual movement behind the structure of your song.
It decreases the like skippability of
and like it'll increase to that replay value that we're all looking for. And so I think if you can tighten up that a little bit, I do think you have a chance to re-release this with a better
Jorvik's like a mad scientist in his like basement making some kind of weird concoctions.
100%. I think that gives you an opportunity to tighten up your vocal structure, to tighten up your song structure, and reproduce the 808 in there. Maybe switch the sample and tighten up the quantizing on it so it all matches with the drums, and then re-release and then light it up again, man. You'll be good to go, man. Show some love to King Fresh. Crushing it, dude.
King, you have a really cool banner on Spotify, so that is a big plus there. I will say your description is nice and long, which is ideal. We haven't mentioned it today, guys, but Spotify, the way that it functions is very similarly to other social platforms.
Got you, Marshall.
Where they do, utilize algorithmic, like SEO, all that kind of stuff. So you really do want to give them something to work with. They allow 1,500 characters, and I always say it's for a reason. It's so that they can better place you and know where to push you and get who to show your music to, essentially.
Whoops.
Jorvik asks, why you trying to review?
My alter ego.
Oh no.
Thank you for the follow.
But yeah, so I do see that you have a longer one on here, and that is really cool. What I may, what I may do if I were you would be like putting it in something like ChatGPT and asking it to maximize for your Spotify artist profile specifically. That way it can just help you cater it even more to the Spotify platform, and so that Spotify can utilize it even more, if that makes sense. And then whenever you do happen to tag an artist or mention an artist in your description, like I see you have Michael Jackson referenced right here. That's perfect. That is really, really ideal for the SEO. What I want you to do is when you log into your Spotify for artists, go ahead and put the @ symbol before you put Michael Jackson's name, and wait for it to fully pop up as like an option to tag. Um, Kind of like you do on Instagram or Facebook or any other social platform. You want it to become fully hyperlinked. That way it's clickable for the user, and that way it's fully picked up by Spotify's algorithms and stuff like that. So those are just a couple of key points there. Yeah, it's really cool, but I highly recommend utilizing that feature there. And then otherwise, your Spotify looks really, really great. I just think the way the description is laid out could be honed a little bit better. But if you feed all of that information, and even more, like some of the things that I would really focus on highlighting for SEO specifically would be some kind of location. So where you're based out of, where you're from, that type of thing. Um, what genres you tap into. I know you listed out all genres, but it's very helpful for the algorithms to be a bit more specific in labeling. Like, even if you like really genre bend and you go into like multiple genres, what are the top 3 that you really, really tend to stick to? Even if you push it to 5, that's fine, but give it something to work with. By listing out the genres, that will be helpful for sure. And then another thing would be the tagging, like I was mentioning. So yeah, just that all those little things can definitely help with SEO and the algorithm in helping, push your profile to potential listeners. And then let's see, I did have your Instagram pulled up, but of course it closed it on me. The other big thing that I wanted to point out, which it looks like you're killing it on your Instagram, so really, really good job there. The only other thing, or I guess I'll say not the only other thing, but the next step I'd give you, that way I don't give you too much homework, is really just to get some kind of link tree or some kind of bio site. Of course, Linktree is the most popular, right? You see like even a lot of celebrities use it. It's just really, really helpful to have something that functions as a one-stop shop. So anytime anyone comes across you on any one platform, there's kind of like a home base that plugs anything and everything that you're doing. So that would be the 2 next steps that I really, really recommend for you, Fresh. But overall, you're really, really killing it in so many ways, and you should be super proud of yourself. I'm really glad that you're a part of the Vibe Tribe now, and anytime you have a new release or any way that the community can help you out, please feel free to drop it in the Discord. We would absolutely love to have you be more a part of the community in that way. So thank you so much. And if you, of course, if you have any specific questions right now, I'd love to answer them the best of my ability.
Crushing it, Fresh. Let's go.
Jorvik says, wait, okay. Jorvik says, what else? I messed up. I missed all of these. Let's see. The evil twin Jorvik has a very good candidate. Jorvik asks why you charge for reviews. Jorvik prefers VST synths over analog. Jorvik sells mixing out of the trunk. Dude, I remember those people that used to come up to you in the parking lot and hand you like a CD or something.
I love it, King. I love it.
I just be like, I remember one time I actually did put it on in the car, and I was like, bruh, this is so bad.
Jorvik says, get a better mix.
Sending that link. Okay.
Jorvik mixes with $10 headphones. I wish. I honestly wish.
No, Jorvik.
I know.
That's not you.
No, I know. It's just funny.
I'm like, all of this is not you, bro.
They're all the opposite of me. All right, y'all. Show some love. Show some love. We got, let me see who I have for the last 3 that we have is Marshall, Jordan, and CL. That's who I have up on the board right now. As we, continue to say it, and hopefully you've heard all the steps. we will always keep the board modular, and it just as it says in the email and all this stuff, and at the link. If for any
Sounds
reason,
good, King Fresh. We'd absolutely love
dude,
to
I
hear
love it, man.
I'm excited.
I love it. I'm excited for you, bro.
So it's not too late to submit, but I will say that we only have 3 tracks left. So
And
whoever
update minimums after this one too.
And then yeah, we probably will close at around 2 tracks is when we typically like completely close the line to new submissions. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the line. 3 tracks are getting played today. And like I always say, but if you're on the line and you're not getting played today, it's not a problem. If you don't want to skip forward, you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
You your credit will automatically get saved, and then anytime we're live that you're able to hop in, you can be like, hey, can you put my credit back up on the board, and we got you.
I mean, Fresh is a great example of that. He submitted
Absolutely.
probably, it doesn't always take this long. Obviously, it just depends, but he submitted, I think, like 3 weeks ago or something like that. He's
Yeah.
been super patient and just kind of hung on to it. And we were able to get to him today, which is super exciting. And then actually, I think some people in the community too donated to help push them forward as well.
For sure.
And that's what this community is all about too.
Absolutely.
All right. Marshall is in the building. So Marshall, let me run yours. So then we're down to our 2 here. And I'm going to go ahead and close the
Oh, so
line
we
here
need
then.
to put that up. Or okay, you already did.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And let me close here since we're already on our tail end here.
We're getting a lot of newbies today, and I really, really
love that.
appreciate it.
I
We
love that so
love
much.
welcoming new members into the Vibe Tribe. So welcome in, guys. And then if you want to, stay in touch with the community, get plugged in a bit more, we do have a website. It's called theobsidiankey.com. You can see all of the services that we have to offer.
Absolutely.
We just launched that back in February. We're very excited about the mission of it. It's basically just a one-stop shop for creatives. It's kind of like we call it like an unlabeled some people say they want to start a label. You never know. But it basically just helps you in your creative journey to, be the best version of yourself and be the most professional. And we do offer longer form consultations outside of this live. That's just us hopping on Zoom. So we're face to face. We don't have the distraction of a million things going on at once, of course. But yeah, feel free to check out our services and more of what our backgrounds and what we're about over on theobsidiankey.com. And then we do have our Discord community. So if you guys want to get more plugged into the rest of the community outside of just us, that's a really great way to do that.
Definitely. Yeah, Izzy, we just closed just because we're on our last couple songs. Definitely make sure you're following if you're not already. We'll be back live maybe on Sunday. We've been doing this for just over 2 years.
Yeah.
This live stream specifically. I've been a professional engineer for 12, 13
Wait,
years.
or is it 2.5 years?
No, just over 2. It would have been like March of 2023 when we
Really?
started. Yeah.
That's when we moved to Dallas?
Yeah.
I don't know what time is.
Just over 2 years.
But yeah.
Yeah. All right, we've got Marshall Bowen here. Let me get this pulled up here. I'm excited. Okay, Marshall, hop in the chat. Let me know some details here. I'm excited.
I feel like every time I try to think about time, it's like something was so long ago and also at the same time so
Yeah. it's
not
like,
that long
It was
ago.
yesterday.
Does that make sense? Like,
and also a decade
think
ago.
about the pandemic, guys. Does that feel like it was like last year, or does it feel like it was 5 years ago?
That doesn't even make sense to me.
Like, I don't
Chrissy,
know. It
what's
feels
up?
like both somehow.
Yeah, it's wild.
I don't know if that makes sense to anyone else, but it really feels that way to me. I don't know what time it is.
All right, it's my wife's
Oh,
song.
awesome,
it's a
Marshall.
Spanish song, beautiful. Okay, so Jenny B, I believe, is the artist name, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Jenny
There
B.
we go. Officially,
Perfect.
Jenny B. Perfect.
Let me know. You might not know all these details, so no worries if you don't. I love context. I love details and stuff like that. So if you don't have all these details, don't even worry about it. If you happen to know how it was tracked and mixed, things like that, if she did a lot of the production and instrumentation, or if someone else did, or is a beat someone else made, if someone else engineered it, or if you or her engineered it, let me know. I'm excited to get into this. And then also let me know if this is released. If it's released, I would love to stream it. That way you get the benefit of the stream. If it's not released, let me know, and then we'll close up with these last couple songs here. So I've currently got.
Is it La Tejana Barbie?
Released on all platforms? Okay, beautiful.
Perfect.
Okay, nice.
Okay, good. I found her not Spotify. I found her TikTok. So let me see if I can find her other platforms. Yay, perfect. She has everything listed out really well on her TikTok.
All right, let me get this pulled up here on Spotify.
No, not Cuban. My family is from Mexico. But my Spanish is really bad. Mi español es malo.
Let me see. And that what the artist name? Do you have the artist name pulled up?
Jenny with 2 Y's. And then, okay, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
And
Got
then
it.
B, yeah.
Beautiful. Got it. Okay, perfect. Perfect. All right, let's get into it. This is Jenny B. Let's dive in. Let me pull it up. Make sure I've got this here.
Si las paredes hablaran, te contaba las penas. Hoy que no estás conmigo, trato de
What's up, Goofy?
olvidarte, pero es imposible. Soy un caso perdido.
Beautiful
Si las
voice.
paredes hablaran, te diría lo tanto que me haces falta. La ansiedad me consume, siento que me muero, tu ausencia me mata.
Sounds like a professional mix too. This is
Yeah.
Mi corazón se muere de dolor. Si las paredes hablaran, te contara mi vida. Soy un alma perdida. Si tu amor,
Hey,
si
San
tu
Antonio.
amor, si
That's
tu
where we
amor,
are.
Let's
si
go.
las paredes hablaran,
That's awesome.
te diría tantas cosas de amor que tú nunca has oído.
punchy vocal mix. I like it. Not at all, Jordan. You're totally
No,
good.
Yeah.
Don't
All
even worry about
levels
it.
for sure.
Let's go, Marshall. I love it.
That's amazing. That's so close to us.
Hoy que no estás conmigo, trato de olvidarte, pero es imposible. Soy un caso perdido. Si las paredes hablaran, te diría lo tanto que me haces falta. La ansiedad me consume, siento que me muero, tu ausencia me mata. Mi corazón se muere de dolor. Si las paredes hablaran, te contará mi vida.
Awesome
Soy
voice.
un alma perdida. Sin tu amor, sin tu amor, sin tu amor. Si las paredes hablaran, te diría tantas cosas de amor que tú nunca has oído.
Did y'all go to a studio in San Antonio?
Si las paredes hablaran,
Yo
ya
también.
estuvieras conmigo. Ya estuvieras conmigo. Ya estuvieras conmigo.
Okay, nice. Yo, Waves, welcome in, baby. Good to see you, bro. Y'all, show
Hi,
some love.
Waves. Good to see you.
Show some love. Show
Dude,
some
you've
love.
been killing it with your content lately.
Yeah, your content's
We
great,
love
dude.
it.
Love it, love it, love it, man. Y'all show some love to Jenny B. Absolutely, absolutely beautiful. Phenomenal. Dude, it's been crazy over here, man. We're in our like
7 months.
temporary
No,
house
literally.
here in the middle of a move across the state. Like it's been
Yeah,
wild.
we made
over here.
a last minute decision to come back to our hometown, San Antonio. So we are in like a middle, like it's just been crazy, basically.
Yeah, it's
but yeah,
been wild.
we're in a middle ground, kind of where we're in a house until our regular house is ready. So it'll be like 3 to 6 weeks here, and then we'll be able to settle more, and build out our studio and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Thank you so much
So
for the follow. I appreciate that.
We
man.
are really excited for that, and we're just kind of rolling with it. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. It's an adventure.
It's an adventure, man. All right, this is it's crazy. Like I moved out of my studio in Dallas 6 weeks before that, so it was like moving out of the studio. We moved the whole studio into the apartment just to store stuff and set up what we could.
It wasn't working out, that space,
and then had to move everything. Half of our stuff went to someone else's house, half of it went here so we could keep working, and then a month from now we'll move again. So it's been like we were moving for like 4 months.
Right. The good thing is that most of our family is here, so it's much more helpful on this side of things, where we have a lot of support and help in that way. So we're very grateful for that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, y'all. This is Jenny B. Phenomenal song.
So talented.
Really, really like the mix on this. This is a great example of a bright, punchy, like really, really open mix without it being, just brittle and sharp and tinny. It's just a great example. I just feel like I think most people want like a bright mix. Most people want things to feel like punchy and vibrant and have a lot of life to them. This is a really good example of what that sounds like. This is a more typically sharp, almost like piccolo snare. Like it's a really like sharp drum structure. It's really punchy. It's really open. The vocal is very bright. It's a very like high mid push on the vocal, but it's saturated beautifully. I don't know what they used to record, but is it saturated?
Yeah, I'm curious about the studio in Corpus. That's really cool. We'll probably have to take a visit out there.
It reminds me of what like the tonally, tonally what you would get from like the old 737s, like the Avalon 737s and stuff like that, or even with like 1073s, but it's this like high mid saturation that allows you to push a really, really bright vocal to its limit, but it somehow still feels soft. It still somehow feels like really present without feeling brittle. It's the beauty. That's why the 1073 is so popular, because of pushing that early gain. You just get this beautiful saturation. Same with the 737. It does that in its own way too. It's beautiful. I love it. I love the way it sounds. This is Si las paredes. I can't talk today. Hablarán. Let's get into it. I'm excited to dive in and get into this one a little bit. There is one little thing that I heard.
That was pretty good for how long that is.
Wasn't
Si las paredes. And then what is it?
Hablarán.
Hablarán.
I love it. Let's get into it. Let's run it back from the top. Let's dive into it a little bit. I'm excited. And I love that y'all are from San Antonio, our hometown. Let's go.
Yeah, so cool.
I love also the I'm assuming based on what I'm hearing, it's a 12-string guitar, which I love as well. Like it's small little textural decisions. Like as a producer, that's why I love having tools, right? I think a lot of people, especially if you're like a gear minimalist, I don't tend to be. I tend to be a very intentional gear person, right? So like I have a lot of different, I don't know, I have like 15 different mics and stuff like that, but all for like a very, very specific purpose, whether it's for drums, it's for tracking, they're pencil condensers, they're large diaphragm, they're direct dynamic microphones or whatever it may be. Same with like drums. I'll have a bunch of different cymbals, different heads, different covers that I use for them, or synths. I have a bunch of different synths for like different purposes. This is, I think, why it's cool to have a catalog of stuff, an inventory of stuff that you can choose from. Because I think in the context of this song, you could easily have a strict steel 6-string guitar, or even like a nylon guitar that would, like a Spanish nylon guitar that would work really well in this context. But I do think, got a diamond microphone too? You mean like a Neumann, or what do you? Hey, that's what he's.
Thank you so much, Wade.
Thank you so much, bro. I was like, you're talking about the Neumann just because the logo was a diamond. I was like confused, like, oh shit, there it is. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
Like you wouldn't know what Neumann is.
That's the one I was missing. I was like, he knows Neumann. I love it, Marshall.
That's funny though.
What was this thing right before that though? Oh, about having tools, right? So I do think like a nylon guitar would work well. Spanish style guitar here would work well. But what having a toolbox allows you is utilizing a 12-string in this context immediately like puts me into the 90s. You know what I mean? Like there's something immediately chorused about using a 12-string guitar, which is I think is what I hear in the background here. Having a 12-string guitar immediately adds that chorusing between the tuning of the strings and places you in an era. It places you in an environment that wouldn't be necessarily the case of a more like modern Spanish guitar, nylon, like classical guitar and stuff like that. I really like it. I think it just works well. But you can only do that if you have tools, right? You can only do that if you have a good studio, or you build up your own catalog of equipment and stuff like that. So I just appreciate the stylistic decisions they made. Let's get into it though. Most of this, I'm going to let this play largely straight through until one moment, but the rest of this sounds beautiful. It's very, very well done.
Contaba las penas, hoy que no estás conmigo. Trato de olvidarte, pero es imposible. Soy un caso perdido.
Appreciate you so much, Waves.
Si
You're
las
awesome.
paredes
Hope you're doing well.
hablaran, te diría lo tanto que me haces falta.
Beautiful.
Wow,
Ansiedad me
EDM, too. That's cool.
consume, siento que me muero, tu ausencia me mata.
Powerful.
Mi corazón se muere de dolor. Si las paredes hablaran, te contaré mi vida. Soy un alma perdida. Si tu amor, si tu amor, si tu amor,
Great
si
So
clarity.
good, Waves.
hablaran.
So
Te
talented.
diría tantas cosas de amor que tú nunca has oído.
Okay, so this happens later in the song. This is, I think, honestly, the only thing that I hear on this record, and this is also a stylistic choice. There's no right or wrong way to mix. There's just what serves the song, right? And so this is something that I hear that my brain wants a little bit more of. But this is not necessarily like what I think is the right way or anything like that. When I hear the engineering on the song, it's bright, it's punchy, great clarity, great distinction between all of the different elements. I love me a good guitar solo. I wish there was a little bit more writing of the faders. I wish there was like a little bit more, I guess, on the digital side, automation behind some of these elements to let the guitar kind of balanced and then pushed a little bit more. So like when this solo comes in, one of the reasons why, thank you so much for the
I
follow.
love
I
that,
appreciate
JP.
you. I love it, JP. Hell yeah. I love it.
Congratulations.
The reason why I say this is because in this mix, and I think it's a good thing in this context, being a vocal, like a contemporary vocal forward song, the vocal is very prominent in this mix, which I love. I think it serves the song well. I think it's bright, it's punchy. It's one of the main creative elements in the song, and I think it's executed very, very well.
And it fits
When
her
it's
voice
not
well.
there, when it's not there, you are missing a very prominent, very forward lead element in the song. So if nothing really takes that place, then the mix will feel sometimes like 3 dB quieter when that really prominent element's not there, which is why I personally would probably ride the faders a little bit more. And when that lead guitar comes in, which is beautiful, it's a great solo, it's tonally gorgeous, I'd push it forward by like another 2 or 3 dB to create, like kind of fill the void where that vocal left, because the vocal is so bright and so mid forward and so prominent in the mix. If nothing kind of replaces that, then the whole mix gets quieter a little bit. It's a tiny detail. It's like a very practical, specific stylistic choice maybe I would have made, but I would just, it's something I would keep in mind on the mixing side. And even like with studios that you're going to, revisions you can request and stuff like that, if you are working with great engineers, of making sure that the lead element role is filled just a little bit more prominently so the mix doesn't get quieter and it doesn't feel like it's missing anything. And then when vocal comes back into play, you get this like big burst of energy that's a little bit jarring. I'm saying things more dramatically than I hear them. I'll also say that as well. This is a very nice mix.
Right.
It is clean. It's beautiful. It's
His
I
ear
love
is
it.
very, very specific.
I love it so much. It's a
Most
fabulous
people would
mix.
not
Yes.
notice the things that he's mentioning.
Not at all.
But if you wanted to like really, really, really nitpick and then yeah.
No one would ever notice it. Even if I was like just hearing this as a consumer, I wouldn't notice it. It's something I'm just thinking very practically on the engineering side that can just make those little elements feel more dynamic and feel a little
Sure.
bit more lifelike when they come into play. It's tiniest
Pop
detail in the
more.
world. Let me keep it playing because it happens at the end of the song too. So I'm going to skip to this next section so we can hear that outro too with the guitar. Same thing happens. The vocal leaves the mix. The solo comes back in, but from where the guitar was, it's not really pushed forward much more. It's only, I think, literally like the only detail of the structure of this mix that I think could use any work at all. And that's also just a strictly stylistic choice I would make. It's a beautiful mix. It's a fantastic mix. And vocals out of this world. beautifully executed. Like feels very classically trained. Open, amazing, love it.
Te contará mi vida.
Thank you for the follows, y'all.
Soy un alma perdida. Sin tu amor, sin tu amor, sin tu amor. Si las paredes hablaran.
Beautiful voice.
I know. Stunning.
It just cuts through.
Tantas cosas de amor que tú nunca has oído.
Congrats, Yoka.
Si las paredes hablaran, ya estuvieras conmigo. Ya estuvieras conmigo. Ya estuvieras conmigo.
So like in this pocket here, the guitar's doing some crazy stuff. Like he's shredding in the background, and you kind of just miss all of that. The vocal doesn't need as much prominence there because it's gonna slice through. It's gonna do what it does. It's slicing through. It's beautiful. Just crushing it. High notes are beautiful. They're clean. They're crisp. They're clear. You could trade information there a little bit and back off of that vocal, reverberate it, place it in the background by a few dB, make it sharp and present, still cuts through beautifully, and ride that guitar forward by a couple dB and give that solo its space that it deserves, because they're both doing amazing things, but that guitar is doing something really unique in that moment that I would love to trade information with, to where that guitar, as it shreds, he's going through a lot of like beautiful arpeggios. I would love to hear some of that come to the forefront of the mix a little bit, but these are very practical decisions, and everyone would do it differently. There's no right or wrong answer. It just sounds so good. I would love to hear both play a role in the outro here.
Ya estuvieras conmigo. Ya estuvieras conmigo.
So nice.
Gorgeous. Y'all show some love. That is Jenny B. Phenomenal. And she has songs on all platforms. So please go. It's Jenny with 2 Y's and then B. Go stream. There's plenty of music out with great numbers too. I mean, 2,600 monthly listeners. These songs, it looks like they're from an album from 2024. So there's an album released in 2024. Go check it out. Go stream it. Go add it to your playlist.
Absolutely.
Go like the tracks. Go follow on there.
So well done.
Beautifully done.
Thank you for sending your wife's music in, Marshall. Really cool.
Amazing.
What I will say on the visual side of things is there's definitely a couple points on the Spotify that we can do to just like level it up and take it to the next level professionally, make it look more polished, stuff like that. So the biggest thing, I do feel like also she has a clear aesthetic and like an identifiable brand going for her. So that is perfect. I don't feel like you need to do too much work in that realm, which is ideal. But you do want to make sure on the Spotify that you have a banner that fits that aesthetic that she has. It can be, another picture of her, but since she already does have a profile photo there, you can honestly just make it something artistic that you feel like fits the overall aesthetic of her brand, if that makes sense. And then another thing I wanted to point out on there is that Spotify gives you 1,500 characters to work with in the description. And that is really important because it functions like we were talking earlier. It functions with an algorithm. And so if you don't feed it a lot of information with, some keywords and things to look out for SEO purposes, they won't know exactly where to put her when it comes to playlists or what people to show her music to. So it is really important. And I would encourage, increasing that description in a lot of specific ways. So she does have a location. She has San Antonio, which is awesome. And then, I would go more into listing out the genres that she specifically taps into and that people can expect from her. And then I would honestly specifically tag some artists that she, pulls inspiration from or that has similar music to her. Hearing this, I feel like, and knowing she went to Corpus to record and all that, I feel like it's a really big missed opportunity not to tag Selena Quintanilla. It just would be perfect, and I feel like a lot of people are really looking for that style since she was sadly taken too soon from us. We've been robbed of her music, right? And I don't know if she's one of your wife's inspirations, but I do feel confident that if she were, open to putting her down, that it would really bless a lot of people in that way that are looking for music similar to how Selena used to create. So that's just an idea, but we always do recommend, tagging 2 to 3 artists that have similar music and like similar audiences that you can pull from, if that makes sense. And then the last note on the Spotify would just be to make sure to attach the Instagram and Facebook if she has it. So then when we go over to Instagram, I actually couldn't find Instagram. There was a broken link through her TikTok. So I kind of ran into this issue where I was finding several broken links here and there. So just make sure that you guys go through all of her different platforms, YouTube, TikTok, anything that's listed on Instagram if she does have her Instagram still. And make sure that all of the links are fully clickable and do lead to something. Like on YouTube, I did pull up or try to pull up her website and it was broken link. It didn't go to anything. So all of those things are very important. Of course, if somebody is trying to follow through with becoming a fan and supporting her on every single platform and stuff like that, this is preventing them from doing that. So it's a really, really important thing to note and take care of as quickly as possible. I think those are all the immediate notes. Of course, if you guys ever have any specific questions, we would be honored and so happy to help. Definitely. It's really cool that you guys live in San Antonio. We actually went to Dallas for a couple of years and we just moved back. So if you guys ever were interested in working in person together, that's something that we could definitely do since we're so close to you guys.
100%. Y'all show some love.
Thank you so much, Marshall. That was really cool.
Hopefully you're still here. If not, a quick reminder, these are always recorded to YouTube and Twitch. Yeah. But big shout out to Marshall. Marshall, you are awesome. I appreciate you sending this in. And Jenny's amazing. Incredible voice, incredible writing. The structure's phenomenal. Really, really, really talented across the board. I mean, and the producers too, the musicians. I mean, everyone across the board, incredibly, incredibly talented. So y'all show some love.
I don't know if Marshall is still here, but if you guys come across Marshall, if you wouldn't mind reminding him that these are saved to YouTube so that they can go through the steps and they didn't miss out on their consultation. Definitely. We would really appreciate that.
All right.
Next we have Jordan and then we have CL Music. Are you guys in the chat still?
Hop in the chat, Jordan. I got you.
Let us know. Let us know.
Are you Perfect, in the chat anymore? All right.
I'm so hungry.
Right, we're gonna close this. I'm very, very, very hungry. Thankfully, we already have food made. All right. Boom. Closed. There we go. All right. It is time. All right. So Jordan. Okay. Yeah. I do remember we heard a song from you before. Okay. I've got lots, and I don't know which one to do, but the one above is an original that I wrote right before my wife left me, and I was trying to still save the marriage. Mm-hmm. You guys listened to my cancer song last time and made me cry in a good way. Mm-hmm. I'm happy to hear that.
And now you're back with kind of another sad song.
Hey, I've.
But I completely understand that.
I understand and relate to that.
Yeah, it's one of the most healing things to channel emotions into music, right? And
it's art. Way easier for me to write about sad things than it is to write about happy things. Not because I'm not occasionally happy, but just, I don't know, it's just easier for me to tap into that emotion.
For sure. And it's very relatable for people, so I completely get it.
Definitely. But my production is terrible still, and I'm not good at that part, but want to be someday. I just love your vulnerability. I love your willingness with all this, man. Anyways, it's not that great, but anything helps. I'm excited to get into it, man. Thank you so much for sending it in.
And then Jordan, just remind me, where are we at as far as distribution goes? If I'm remembering correctly, you haven't distributed yet, right? You kind of are just working on your music and working on your craft and stuff like that. Maybe building up a catalog. Cool. Okay. Perfect. If there's anything we can go over on the visual side of things and the branding and all that kind of stuff, just let us know, of course. You know we got your back however we can help.
And it looks like what we're listening to today is like a direct recording. So it's like a camera set up, the microphone,
It's just
and
very
the guitar.
raw.
So this is raw. What we're hearing is more of a raw recording. I love that, Jordan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Where are you at?
See if this will...
So cool. I need to visit Arizona sometime. That sounds fun.
Not too far.
No.
Hour and a half flight, maybe?
Way to stop and recalculate. May we hold up the earth while we're searching for rebirth.
No, this is beautiful.
I know we've got those tools to patch our
I would love to
love
track for you,
all
man.
around. It's like I'm
Potential's
so
crazy.
exhausted, I'll just lay here scattered on
Little
the ground.
John Mayer-ish vocal tone.
Now we've pushed our bounds like jetted waves of sound. No time to eat or sleep or so whatever we might read. We've got those growing pains that push our love all around. No, you're so exhausted. Rather
Good tracking and a good mix, not much.
For how raw this is so incredible. You guys need to go check it out. Is it on YouTube? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
One More Day by Jordan Call on YouTube if you're interested.
Great guitars too.
Think you should give us one more day.
Love your guitar work. Is that like a 414 or is that, I can't see the headstock.
For you added all up my love, I have one more thing to say. I think you should give me just one more day.
412.
As we lift each other up and dust off the vices that hold on and on. We learn of doubts of shortfalls of love, that empathetic
Whoa,
real,
trippy.
real love.
On the curtain.
background.
That's cool.
We teach each other the price of another is to act with love. We love, we leap, we fall, but keep above that real, real love. We love, we leap, we fall, but keep above our real, real love. For you added all up my love. I have one
I know.
more thing to say. I think you should give us that one more day.
Beautiful, man.
For we added all up my love. I have one more thing.
I love that you're using a cajon. You don't see that too often.
I think you should give me that one more day.
You have such a gift for channeling emotions into music.
Perfection's divine. It's time for birds and the bees and nature's colors in the breeze. We let our stone walls fall to build our love so true.
Twitch
It's
loves it
like
too, by the way,
I'm
Jordan.
So
Yeah.
exhausted, we'll just lay here like lovers do.
Yeah, your lyrics are so nice, man.
For you added all up my love. I have one more thing to say today.
we should always have one more day.
Such a talented player too.
For we added all up, my love. I have one more thing to say. I'm grateful you gave us one more day.
Absolutely beautiful.
So good, man. So good, so good. Y'all show some love.
So
Jordan Call.
talented. Jordan, you're incredible.
Jordan, what's up, Rain? Welcome in, man. This is, we'll run it back here in a second. I think to me, this is a great example of how secondary, how far down the list mixing and production and all of that stuff is for me as a professional engineer. It's just so far down the list. I could hear this exact recording. There's things to improve. There's things that could be better. We'll talk about a few things. I could hear this version in a movie because the song and the story and the performance of that story matters more than anything. And I wish more people would get that through their brains, that the story you tell, the song that you write, the way that you portray those emotions,
Oh, thanks, Wubs.
whether you are a rapper, a metal screamer, an alternative acoustic artist, a pop artist, whatever, it doesn't matter, R&B vocalist, the way that you perform and what you're writing, the song that you make, the song
The
that you write
substance is the most important thing.
matters more than anything. So, and then again, if you get that, and then you also add a good mix and a good structure to the production, then it's off to the races, right? Everything's great. But this is a beautiful song. It's well written. And
It's perfect,
yeah.
more raw like that. It
Yep.
gives kind of an Eric Clapton vibe, which
Yep.
just feels like a
yeah.
hug. And
It reminds me of the live performances.
I love it so much.
I love it, dude.
Like, you say that we make you cry, but you make me want to cry because
really
it's
well done.
so good and just truly one of a kind. Like, there's not too many people doing this nowadays, especially. And
Yep.
so you really have something special, Jordan.
Remind me really quickly. So I obviously see it's like a Bluebird, right? The XL, I think, that you have as your microphone. And then I see the guitar. I saw the piano that you're running in. You also
Who do you
have
guys would think would be in the movie?
you have a drone pad underneath it as well. Okay, you have a newer one now. Is that what you're saying? And then you have a drone pad underneath it. Warm. Okay, beautiful, fantastic. Oh, which one? Warm audio is great. It's like a great like mid-entry level mic that like can get you a whole lot of bang for your buck. Let me go to the actual video page here so you can see it. So this is from 3 years ago. Awesome. Okay, so what interface do you have? What are you plugging all of this into? Because I know some of it's tracked individually and of course recorded for the oh, beautiful, fantastic. I know a couple people that have that microphone and love it. Fantastic. Yeah, your vocal and your actually sounds really good. I wouldn't worry too much about that. So let's talk about some very simple, very practical ways we can kind of beef up this production a little bit without overproducing it. Outdated multi-track, beautiful. I don't mind it at all. In fact, I'm like oftentimes looking for old multi-tracks because it is so much more. It's so much more fun sometimes to color the signal that way.
This is just for looks.
Yeah, this is just. I don't even know what to do with it. Okay, but I love it. Okay, so one of the things that I do think would help you with the actual like texture of kind of building out your production structure would be your stereo imaging. So I want to talk about that briefly. In my opinion, Jordan, with what you do and with the quality of the substance of your songs, I would highly encourage you not to overproduce. Like you're talking about kind of in your message that like the production sucks. I just think it's simple. And I don't think it
sucks. Yeah, I think you should change your language for sure.
I think we can improve the quality of the recording process. I think we can balance the mix a little bit better, but I would hate to overproduce one of your songs.
Right.
I think that what you have there tonally can be morphed a little bit to fit as well as possible, right? I've never played piano, can't read music, just play by ear. I I love that.
Incredible.
I love that. There's no right way to do this. I think so many
Yeah.
people like, I am a classically trained
A lot of people get you going.
the conqueror, to answer your question. I am a classically trained pianist. I do know music theory. I do have that background, but it doesn't mean that that's always the tool that I'm relying on in order to create a vibe or create emotion in a
You've
song.
always loved to play by ear.
Sometimes it is just, you just like play something and you just like hope that it works, and sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. So I when I first started learning music, I taught myself guitar for years and years and years, all by ear. I taught myself drums since I was 4 years old. I played by ear. I started producing and engineering by ear before I got trained in a studio. So I mean, there's power, there's specific skills that you gain, like coloring outside of the lines and learning by ear. I know people, to basically, bookend this before we listen to the song, is I know people that are like, have never trained anything ever before. So they've just learned to find emotion in a song. And once they learned a few tools, their music was phenomenal. So good, right? A lot of great producers nowadays. And then I know people that are classically trained, perfect pitch, all of the stuff, that have no emotion in their music because they just know the exact chord they have to do to this grid.
Right.
And they don't know how to find the humanity in their music because it's so rigid to the theoretics of music. And so I think there's pros and cons. As someone who is classically trained, I have to constantly rely on my human experience, right?
Definitely
and the emotion
love
behind. And then I use the tools of music theory to know how to express that in music. But don't feel bad about your position in music because you don't have the most phenomenal production mix yet, or you're not classically trained. That there's specific skills that you have and the emotion that you portray that some people
Absolutely.
don't. So you should pride yourself on that. Let's run it from the top. We'll skip through a couple things because the mix is largely the same and the whole thing. So we'll skip through a couple parts here, but I do want to address a couple little stereo image things that I think would help you out. Just kind of elevate this. Let's just take what you have and maybe bring it to the next level. But I love what you do, Jordan. And then we're going to close it out with CL today. Let's see. Here we go. Facts, Wubsy.
Well, let's find a way to stop and recalculate. May we hold up the earth while we're searching for rebirth.
Okay, I'm going to make an assumption and you can tell me if this is correct. I'm assuming you're going out of your piano in a single like headphone output, probably, right? Or a left mono output. Headphone output or left mono output into the multi-track. And that's how you are, that's how you're tracking it, right?
No, we've got those tools to patch our love all around. It's like
Hey, thank you, Wubsy.
Doesn't matter.
Headphone out? Perfect.
Shout out to the Vibe Tribe.
So what I would recommend, obviously I don't know like your Yamaha or Lesis or whatever the piano may be, right? I would recommend, because that is a stereo output, all of your signals are in mono. So you get this great tone from the guitar, vocals in mono, beautiful, but the mix is going to feel collapsed, right? The mix is going to feel very kind of small, specifically within like your pads and your piano. So I would encourage you to, depending on the outputs that you have in the piano, if you can do a left, like an LR stereo output to the multi-track, and then like track to SD or however you're doing it within the multi-track. I would encourage you to track those in stereo, especially your pads, because the point of the pad is kind of two layers to it, right? It's glue to the track. So you have breaks in your acoustic and your vocal, and one constant in there is the drone. It's that high drone pad over the top, right? That is consistent all the way through, and it also adds space and ambiance. But you don't get that if it's collapsed to mono. And that is part of why the mix will just feel small. Literally taking this exact mix and getting your like piano and your pad, that high drone pad in stereo, that one little decision right there of an additional cable and stereo into the mixer opens up the whole entire mix. Completely different experience. And then you just pan them open, right? Just go left R or go LR and then pan them however much you want to the outside. Open them both up equally, however you feel like you want to. That alone, that one decision to get one more cable and output in stereo transforms the way your mix sounds, because you're tracking it for the pad, I'm assuming, from the same device. Pad on the same device, and then the piano that you have on the same device. I would highly encourage you to do that. And that doesn't require like, hey, you need like a whole new setup of all this stuff. So it's just one more cable. Or if you only have a mono output for it, but you have a stereo signal, then having a splitter, right? Having like TRS to a split TS would be another way, right? I have to do that sometimes for synths. Like I have some synths that are stereo, they output with 2 LR, and then some that you either split or however you want to do it, right? But I would, for that device, go out stereo. I think that'll be your best bet. Your guitar work is so good. It's really, really nice.
Now we've pushed our bounds like jetted waves of sound. No time to eat or sleep or so whatever.
And I'll give you another quick tip. When you're tracking, are you tracking your vocal and guitar at the same time? So you're going DI on your guitar, it looks like, and then obviously tracking through the Bluebird. And now you have the warm audio, right? Are you tracking at the same time that you're singing acoustic and vocal, or do you track individually? Let me know.
We might read.
Definitely. I totally get that.
Those growing pains that push our love all around. No, you're so exhausted, rather late.
Okay, so one recommendation, and you can always do this after the fact, right? So you don't. I totally get that, and that makes perfect sense. A lot of people prefer to do that. Another option, right, would be to get one other cheap mic. I would recommend this one. You can see it in the chat. SM57 would be the easiest, simplest way for you to do this. Get this used. You could probably find one on Marketplace for $60, right? 60, $70. Obviously new, these are $100. It's super easy. And what I would do is position your mic exactly where you need it for your vocals, and then also mic the guitar, right? So that you can track both. What this is going to allow you to do is have a direct signal from your guitar and a mic'd signal from your guitar in addition to your vocal. I would use a direct mic or a really small diaphragm pencil condenser. Direct is probably going to be better for this signal because you have bleed from your other mic. But what you can then do is immediately double track. So I would, you can't see because it's not here, but I'm looking at your guitar. Depending on like kind of the tone that you want, I'd probably like position the mic, like 6 inches away, 7 inches away, and then point it at the top of the body near the neck, top of the body. So that first, right above your cut, right before the bottom cut out of the guitar, top of the body on the left side, closer to the neck. Mic it right there. Get a little bit of resonance from the body, but not like directly over the hole. So it's not like too plosive and boomy, right? You don't need all that. It's a simple recording. But then you have some blending that you can do when you're mixing of your direct signal and a mic'd signal that's the dynamic mic, a mic signal of your guitar. It also gives you the option, if you want to do a double tracked recording where it's in stereo and it's wider, right? Because then you have your direct and your mic signal. So if you wanted to, you could add a little bit of like a plate reverb or something to one of them, EQ it differently, and then position both of those mixes to the outside. And all of a sudden you have this like beautiful wide stereo mix on your guitar, but it's the same signal. So you don't have to worry about it like being two different timings or anything like that. You just have this nice open mix. Now you got to be careful of some phase issues. You have to do a little bit of intentional stuff, right? But I do think that, let's say you output in stereo with your pad and your piano, you double track that guitar, even if you don't keep it too wide, even if it's like 25% out, but you have this kind of vibrancy to the guitar, and then just a clean vocal, nothing crazy, not overcompressed, not overtuned or anything at all. You don't need all that. Keep it really simple. Myself recently, I've been posting on TikTok, but I've got ways to go 100%. We all do. So I think you're like a couple small practical decisions. Outputting in stereo for your stereo instruments. Deciding if you want to double track guitar so you can still get a double signal while you're singing for $60 as opposed to like a whole new interface and all this stuff. Finding some very small practical ways to improve the quality of your recording, I think could like take you over the edge and just make it's already beautiful music. It's already beautiful songwriting, phenomenal. It's really, really good. Your storytelling is absolutely fantastic. It might make it a little bit more palatable by people. It will just compete a little bit better when people hear it on platforms and when they hear it when you post it on YouTube and stuff like that. Because I think you're 100% on the right track. Beautiful song. All right, let me get into this like last minute and a half here. Amazing, man.
It's time for birds and the bees and nature's colors in the our stone walls fall to build our love so true. It's like I'm so exhausted, we'll just lay here like lovers do.
Even just that little bit of like stereo, it's like so small. It's like you don't even know. It's not wide, but that little bit of stereo information of just that little bit of movement right there just opens it up so much.
Add it all up, my love. I have one more thing to say.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is detuned a little. I noticed that early. I was like,
So Bronson and Pop Rock, really quick, just a heads up that your credit is going to be saved for the next time you're able to hop in. We're
Yep.
thinking about going live on the weekend, guys. What do you guys think about a Sunday live? We don't typically do that at all. We're usually mostly weekdays only. But if you guys are open, we can if you guys are open to it, we could maybe do Sunday.
Yeah, I was curious if that was the case. And then if you tune your guitar to the piano and it's detuned by like 20 cents or something like that, then the whole thing is like a little bit detuned. But obviously you're in a fine place because you don't tune your vocals either. Makes it easy.
Okay, nice.
You have a great voice.
Good to know, Seal. Thanks.
Cool. 100%. And then CL, you should still be closing us out.
Yeah.
Yeah, little things like that you can easily address. But what I wanted to show is just that little bit of stereo information just opens up the song a little bit, which I think if your piano is there, the guitar is there, the pad is open, all of that stuff.
Think we should always have one more day.
It's all so well done. Oh, I love it.
For we added all up, my love. I have one more thing to say.
Beautiful melodies, dude. Come on.
I'm grateful you gave us one more day.
I love every individual
The
piece and how it
simplicity,
comes
yeah.
together. Yeah, it's so beautiful. Jordan, you're incredible.
Jordan, I seriously love what you do, man. I feel like honestly, like you're
I
doing
want
an
to
amazing
put that
job.
on replay.
I feel like you're like one decent tracking session away.
On repeat. Why did I say on replay?
On replay.
Bro.
I think you're like one, whether it's yourself or going to a
We're
local
tired.
studio or you know, like you mentioned coming here or something like, I feel like you are one good, just clean tracking session with a good tracking engineer away from like viable records, man.
Literally.
100%, man. Like, and I try not to pressure people because it's not the
Yeah.
answer for everyone, right? Like, I think some people, it's good, it's healthy to chip away
A
at the
book full of
process,
songs
right?
is amazing.
Dude, I love it.
I mean, the other thing I really, really want to help you with is getting all of that stuff in order. I think we went through this last time, but like the rough process that we tend to recommend for when you are ready to release and all of that entails. You know, I would, of course, love to help you with that more hands-on. That way we can really get you going on a professional foot from the beginning.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I mean, if that is actually something you're interested in, definitely contact us outside of the live, and we would be so happy to start looking in that direction. If there's any, like I said, if there's anything you want to go over today as far as like what we recommend for your next steps or anything like that,
Got you,
then
Pop.
just
Got
let
you.
us know.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Jordan, like,
Sounds good, Pop Rock. Have a great weekend. We might be on Sunday. Just keep your phone notifications on.
absolutely.
But yeah, we might try to join on Sunday.
What's not in question at all, Jordan, is your skill.
Absolutely.
So I think that's why you're in the best spot. Now there's like practical decisions, right? Now you can make practical choices on improving the
I'm
quality.
I'm excited.
Practical choices for you to do all those other things, right? Like but what's not in question, you're a great guitarist, you're a great vocalist, you're a great songwriter, and you're great at expressing those things and creating the parts and the structure to showcase it. Some small quality details I think will make it more connective to other people, right? It can help people feel like if they put the song on in their car, does it come out of both sides of the speakers, right? Like when they put it in their headphones, does it feel way quieter than everyone else's song so they don't want to hear it? Those are the practical sides of mixing and production that can be a limitation to people relating to what you're doing. That's why I want to talk about those practical things, because all that you're doing, phenomenal.
Perfect.
If I were taking your direct signals and mixing it, you'd have a record on your hands, right? So I feel like you are in such a good pace. Just keep writing. Just keep doing what you're doing. There's so many ways to improve your quality. Keep chipping away at
And
it.
then whenever you're ready to go to the next
Yep.
step, we're here to help, however we can. And then, of course, I'm glad that it's giving you
Yeah.
the boost. Anytime you need a boost, just come on in here. You know we got you.
100%,
I
man.
know that it can be. I'm sure that a lot of you guys can relate to this, but it's like family and friends can tend to get so used to our talents and like, you know, they're just used to us, and so that makes sense. So sometimes it feels really good to get an outside perspective and be reminded that, like, hey, we are pretty good at what we do, and you know, get that confirmation and validation. So
Definitely.
100% relate to that, and I'm so glad that we can do that for you. If you are interested in getting a Discord, it's very easy to sign up. That would allow you to tap in more with the community outside of just us two. No pressure, of course, at all, but just in case you're interested in, you know, getting more involved in the community and just like, you know, maybe getting some feedback here and there, stuff like that.
Definitely. Man, all love to you. All love to you, Jordan, man. I appreciate you sending that in so much. You get me excited about songwriting, because that's
You're truly inspiring.
one of my favorite parts about the music creation process is songwriting. And it's not that we talk a lot about practical production and you know, mixing and like whatever things like that, but I love songwriting. It's one of my favorite parts of the process. So hearing great songwriters to me just inspires me so much. All right, y'all, we're gonna close it out. CL, hop in the chat. I've been seeing you in here, so I know you're
CL Music. Thank you so much for your
know you're right
patience, and
here.
I'm really excited to hear you.
Closing it out right here. Last one for the day. Everyone else will be safe for the next time you're able to hop in. Let's get into it. What's up, Mark? Welcome in, man.
Sorry to
And
sign my baby. Sorry to change the tone of the show, guys. Never apologize
Never.
for that. We
I'm
get
ready.
all genres. We get all
Switch
levels
it
of
up.
preparedness. Everything from beginner to veteran. So no worries at all. This is a community full of just, you know, constructive feedback, and we're all looking to improve. So we're all here for the good vibes to help each other out. Sorry to change the tone of the show. I'm a UK rapper based in London. Simple production, such great talent on the show. I feel like the change of pace is not what you're looking for. I'm back in love with my lyrics. Check out the SoundCloud Live PA performance next week in London. This track will feature. I'm open to all your constructive feedback. Thanks again. You guys
Beautiful.
are great. Thank
Yeah.
you so much, CL.
And CL, that's what's cool about this like platform too, and like this live structure is we're not looking for anything like
Exactly.
specific.
No.
We just want to help in any capacity we can with any of the professional tools that we've learned over the years and that we've executed in our, you know, careers as creatives and people in the like music and creative industries, right? So you never have to feel any timidity on the style of music that you make, the level of
Exactly.
the quality. We talk about this all the time. I've literally had someone send in a voice memo of them humming in Starbucks in the booth. They had a melody.
To
They're
see
like,
if their
hey,
structure was worth it.
can you
Yeah.
help me build chords around this? I don't know what to do. So if you have any production over humming from Starbucks, then you are in a good spot. So yeah, never feel shy about what you're sending in. We're not
Definitely.
looking for like, I think you'll go to other lives that are like, especially if you go to like review shows, they're like I'm looking for the best artist. Only send your top whatever.
They're usually with
otherwise-
Sony or something.
Yeah, whatever.
Sony.
And we're not here. We're not
Yeah.
here to do that. We're here to build you up in any way that we can, give you tools, you know, give you some context and some feedback, and that's hopefully give you some things that'll help
Some
you
peace
out.
of mind.
This is Secrets by CL. Let's get into it. And also give me some details as well as far as, is this a YouTube beat? Is it a BeatStars 2 track? Did you produce it yourself? Did you go to a studio, work with an engineer? Like, give me some details on the practical side. And let's get into it. This is Secrets Out by CL.
Yeah.
I'm excited,
CL.
man. Closing us out.
Secrets out. Yeah. Yo, secrets exposed, you brown nose. We oppose the smell of the rose as time grows and shows revolves. Keeps you on your toes. All the foes and woes come and they go. Humming feet 5-4, another beat, another flow. We ain't family, but we bros. The other side of me, she only knows. Life like a free throw. This could be somewhere only we know. Down the rabbit hole we go. Don't know your soul got stole. Nothing to live for no more. Lost control, lost control.
I like this beat a
force
lot.
control. Lost control at the wheel. Self-esteem, lost your appeal. This is what I feel. Give me my time to heal. Cheap life, it's a bargain and a steal. No such thing as a good deal or a free meal. Question it all. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. Question it all. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. Nothing's
Nice.
real. Yo. Life is but a dream, ain't what it seems. It ain't sweet but a cream. Let me tell you, let me blow a steam. We're heading in the direction chosen by the few.
They want a new world anew. It's too late to stop them, but here's what to do. Mind kung fu, find yourself and see yourself. Believe in your view.
Is some of this
Nightmares
freestyle?
really do come true. Better the devil you know, to tangle it takes two. My rage so fiery, I think I need to think it through. Connect the world and the dots, one becomes two. It's all illusional. People nowadays delusional. Everything changing, this ain't usual. Just another rap to confuse you all. I got the hammer and the nails, I know when to use the tool. And another side now, it's inside that's beautiful. You are your worth and you're more than suitable. Nothing real, nothing real. Nothing real, nothing real. Ha, ha. Nothing real, nothing real. Yo, yo, yo. The time is now, I need to find my wife, but the fruit ain't ripe. Ain't no righteous times. Getting older when I blink my eyes. Celine Dion, Michael Jackson, think twice. Pretending I'm surprised, this endeavor is for life. But my mind ain't right. Made adjustments, fight the good fight. The looks I get, cause I rap and I'm white. David and Goliath, twice my size, but worth the prize. It's a thin line between the top and demise. Rise, 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 like the sunshine, eternal times of the spotless mind. Is this Animal Farm or Lord of the Flies? How many times, how many times? How many times, how many times? We got a question what we living for. Suggestion is I'm giving more. High like I'm sniffing raw. I'm a line to this kitten pause. What I've written pure. Are they smitten? Sure, 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 sure they are. Light in the dark, I'm from the greyest part.
This does sound freestyled. Like a really good freestyle.
Working down this old town road, but this ain't little Nas. X, nah, come correct. I ain't working for Lucifer.
If it's not, it's got a freestyle vibe for sure.
Yeah.
My point to prove, yours to lose. I'm on top of endless views, riding dolo, friendless cues. Tell me what I'm meant to do. Got a point to prove. The streets full of reckless dudes. From a good home, but the streets hated me. Pull up the strap, it's a masterpiece, but this ain't a painting G. Fuck with me, I let it ring at your doorstep. Now you out of your depth. Yeah, there's blood on my forces. Navigator, but I'm thrown off courses. It's the bullshit that you're force fed. Now my white tee is Porsche red. I don't need no endorsement. Ha.
Let's go.
Very nice.
Dude. Come
That
on,
was
CO.
super, super sick.
You're a
Really
lyricist,
dope.
man.
Yeah.
You're a lyricist through and through, man. Let's get straight back into it, man. Like I said, if you have any context on like what you did with the production, hold on. This is
Yeah,
here we go.
so give us a little more information on where you're at as far as like distribution, like
Yep.
what your plan is, what your goals are, stuff like that, and it will
Yep.
help us know how to help you best.
Hell yeah.
But that was really, really dope. I liked that.
Let's talk about like some practical mixings. It'll be easy for you to just punch through that vocal so it can compete. You know, so it comes through as heavy as your lyric structure
What's
is.
up, Wubs?
But you're killing it, dude. Super talented lyricist. I love the movement. Like this to me feels very raw, very organic. Once again, not something I would overproduce. One take, that's what feels freestyle. Produce my own. Boy, KDB beats. Okay, beautiful. Hell yeah, I love it. I really like the
Super
beat.
cool.
This is a great freestyle structure where it's just open. It's the same repetitive kind of. I mean, I love that. I love that
Good
little
to see you
movement
over
right
on
there.
TikTok.
Welcome to the dark side, Wubsy. Let's run it from the top, man. I'm excited. Execution's great. Thank you for the heart, me, man.
CO. Huh. Secret
What are you recording your vocals on?
Yo.
And what mic are you using?
Expose you brown nose, the oppose the smell of the rose as time grows and shows revolves, keeps you on your toes. All the foes and woes come and they go, humming fee 5-4, another beat, another flow. We ain't family, but we bros. The other side of me, she only knows. Life like a free throw. This could be somewhere only we know. Going down the rabbit hole we go. Don't know your soul got stole. Nothing to live for no more. Lost control, thoughts central. Lost control at the wheel. Self-esteem, lost your appeal. This is what I feel. Give me my time to heal. Cheap life, it's a bargain and a steal. No such thing as a good deal or a free meal. Question it all. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. Nothing's real, nothing's real. Question it all, nothing's real.
Accents are great. Yeah, so there's some things. This is like a good balance between freestyle structure, but then also having some like structure to your like in and outs, your accent vocals and stuff like that. Some of your like looped vocal takes that like give you some punch, right? You did this one take all the way through, and then you have to accent it with a vocal that's not, right? You have to accent it with another vocal that knows what you're about to do so that you can punch in the proper places. Really quick, excuse me. One quick thing that I would do to just tighten up your vocal a little bit. Right now, your vocal feels really dry and really raw as far as like the processing on it, which there's a side to that I like. There's a side to that just feels a little bit more natural and a little bit more authentic. So my goal, excuse me, God, these allergies are brutal here. God damn it. My goal for a vocal like yours, CL, would be to keep it very raw, very organic sounding, but keep it very transparent. So right now it's like raw all the way on the side of raw, and then there's like auto-tune and overcompression on an EDM record. Yep, exactly what I'm imagining. Exactly what I'm imagining.
100%.
So there's like two sides to that spectrum, which is like, you know, like modern auto-tuned, highly compressed like vocals, and then there's like this hasn't really been touched. There's a sweet spot between the two that I think is really cool. Like you imagine being like in the early days with the Dre and like tracking through like a vintage mic into like a Tascam M803, like old shitty like mixer, right? But the result of those old shitty things sometimes, or even like a nice mic back in the day, would be this like compression and saturation and this processing that would happen that would make it still be raw. Like it'd still be raw, it'd still be natural, but it would have some color to it, right? So I think what I would do with a vocal like yours, as simple as possible, would add maybe another level of, I don't know if you have any compression on this at all, but have another level of like pretty sharp compression. I would go with something like an 1176, something that basically allows that transient to come through before it compresses, right? If it's too smooth or it's too slow or too late or too fast, the vocal will be too like smooth and soft. Obviously, it's not what you want with your vocal structure at all. You want it to be punchy. You want to hit you in the chest. You want the lyrics to be felt. So you do want it to be a little bit slower on your attack, and then a little bit. You could probably go a little bit faster on your release, right? But so what's up, Gabriel? Welcome in.
Good to see you, Gabriel.
So you let the vocal come in. So I would add like an 1176 to your vocal. You get a plugin. You could get like a free fake version of it if you want to. But add like an 1176 plugin, and then go to like 4-to-1, a little bit slower attack, and then maybe a pretty like a mid-level release depending on the effect that you want. And then just lower that threshold. 1176 is one of my it's my favorite real compressor, probably, if not one of them, and one of my favorite plugins to use all the time. I use it on nearly every mix that I've ever done, whether I'm using it on drums, I'm using it on bass, I'm using it on vocals, whatever. Like, I use it all the time. So the 1176 is going to be the way to go. Now there's $200 plugins, there's $30 plugins, you know, you kind of to each their own, depending on your capacity. You could probably find a free version on like Plugin Boutique, something like that. But anyways, the 1176. And then lower that threshold till you're getting probably thank you so much for the TGIF, Wubsy.
Thanks, Wubs.
Lower your threshold till you're getting about boom, you're over here. So hold on. You can see that, right? I forgot you were on Twitch. Sometimes I forget. Let's see. That's the boom right here. Here's the 1176. So you can see that. Make sure you can see it, right? So this is the 1176. The one that I'm using is, of course, the Universal Audio. I like the Universal Audio because they're the company that makes the 1176. Yuri was the original 1176. Anyways, this is the Universal Audio 1176 plugin. So right here, you can see on my vocal, I'm at 4-to-1. So it's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm at 4-to-1 right here. Now my attack here, and this is not what I would do typically because this is a different, this is like a voiceover vocal shade that I have here. But the ratio is at 4-to-1, and my attack is slow. So that initial vocal is coming in. I would have yours more here, you know, like kind of a little bit more like down the middle, like a little bit more to the left here. Mine's like really slow. I barely want, like you can see the needle. It's barely doing anything. You know, you can see it giving in a dB, 2 dB of reduction, just to like catch my peaks. That's, you know, that's really all it is. I remastered the live. Okay, perfect. Beautiful. I love it. So you can see like my meter's barely moving. You'll do a little bit more on yours. And then this release is really fast. So one thing to keep in mind, which not a ton of people talk about, but it's an important thing to know, your attack and release on the 1176 is backwards. So if I bring my attack all the way to 1 over here, that's as slow as it goes. If I bring it all the way to 7 or whatever at the very top, that's as fast as it goes. It's kind of backwards. So you max out your attack, you're maxing out the speed of it. So keep that in mind. And then it's nice and slow. And then the beautiful thing about the 1176 compressor is it sounds phenomenal and it's super, super simple. So all I have to do here, like I could turn this down so I'll get quieter, right? And I'm just gonna push this input. See, now you see how quickly that's punching in. Really, really quick, really quick release right there. I'm going to lift this till I'm getting like 5 to 7 dB of reduction, which is about where it's at now. And then I'm going to lift this up until I hear it kind of rebalance itself back in the mix, right? And so now you get this, like even on my vocal, you can kind of hear it here. And this is like, I have no pop filter. This is $100 dynamic mic. You can hear how like punchy that vocal got. All of a sudden, it's kind of sharp and punchy. That's what, now it's very plosive heavy. Yep, exactly. So the input is going to determine how much you're feeding that compression. So I can push this a little bit farther. And now obviously I don't have a pop filter or anything, but this is like much like punchier, like even like my low register of my vocal feels like energetic. It's got some meat to it. Now, if that's in a better microphone and in the context of a mix in a not shitty room and me adjusting the rest of the mix, that's going to sound so much more energetic for you. Let me bring this back under control now. But that's going to make a huge difference. That's going to make a huge difference on the balance of your vocal. So now let me, it's going to make it feel like it's got some beef to it. And that's not adding auto-tune. That's not adding some like shitty, weird, like automated AI plugins. You know what I mean? That's like literally taking a vintage style compressor, one of the early issues of the compressor, tightening it up, giving your vocals some punch. And so, you know what I mean? It's like, I think it's taking, instead of overproducing something and making it sound unnatural, it's taking a very natural vocal tone, tightening up your dynamic range. Let me get this back here. Tightening up your dynamic range and making it controlled, energetic, and punchy so that it can compete with your beat. I think you doing that alone will transform the way that your like vocal mix sounds. One plugin changing the settings a little bit, to me, can literally transform the way. And then your EQ's fine. It's nice and it's punchy. It's not muddy really at all. But I think if you add something like a 76, sharpen it up a little bit, it'll really tighten up your vocal. Nice. And then let me skip forward into this because it's the same vocal the whole time. So let me skip forward into this last section. We'll hear a couple other things. But CL, you're talented. I mean, you obviously got the lyrics. One other recommendation was when you have lyrics for days, and you're a freestyler and you go one take and like stuff like that, I would encourage you to then create song structure from that. So when you feel like you have a really cohesive, like run on for like 16 bars, like you have a full verse, a full 16 bars on a verse, take some of that structure that fits really well, pockets of that structure that fits really well, and turn it into a song. Because you have so many phenomenal lyrics here and punchlines and like stories that you're telling in here that could be songs. You're a great freestyler and you're a great rapper. These lyrics are awesome, but this is going to be harder for the average person to palate, right? It's going to be very, very niche. Who's going to find you on SoundCloud, who's going to like, kind of attach to this whole structure. But if you take what you're doing there and you put it into 3, even if it's a long song, a 5-minute song, you put it into 3 dope verses, you get like a really cool artist on a hook, or you do a rhythmic hook, which is something that like, Eminem did on a lot of Dre stuff early on, did really, really well. And it's taking your same skill sets, the same energy, the same story, and just seeing if you can chop it into little moments in the song, and then put a rhythmic hook if you want to do the hook yourself. Making it more
palatable for more audiences.
Yeah, like literally getting into like one of these pockets and like looping it, and now the secret's out, ow, 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 and then you like loop that for a second, now the secret's out, ow, and that's your hook, and then you go back into 16 bars and you go crazy for a minute.
Yeah, like it could be simple.
It could be so simple. It could still be cadence. It could still be rhythmic, but it allows it to be in a structure that's palatable by more people. Just like a tip, right? Because I think you're crushing it. There's no denying your lyric ability. Your energy on the mic is fantastic. But I do think you have an opportunity to build a really big audience far beyond what you're doing right now, just by literally compartmentalizing your music a little bit more and putting in some structure that I think more people will want to listen to. Even like great rap fans, right? I'm not saying to tap into R&B. I'm not saying to try to become a pop artist. I think that'd be bullshit for you.
Right.
You need to be a rapper and a lyricist through and through. But I think you will expand how many people will listen to you. If there's some structure, it just makes it more memorable. Let me skip into this last section here, but you're a BCL. This is great. Super talented, man.
My point to prove, yours to lose. I'm on top of endless views, riding dolo, friendless cues. Tell me what I'm meant to do, got a point to prove.
It will also help with your breath control too.
But the strings hated me. Pull up the strap, it's a masterpiece, but this ain't a patent G. Fuck with me, I let it ring at your doorstep. Now you out of your depth. Yeah, there's blood on my forces. Navigator, but I'm thrown off courses. It's the bullshit that you're force-fed. Now my white tee is Porsche red. I don't need no endorsement.
Like your lyrics
really
are fire,
nice,
man.
yeah.
Really, really cool. Y'all give it up for CL. You're a beast, man.
Okay, so CL, depending on what your goals are for your artistry and your music career and stuff like that, let's go over the rough process we tend to recommend, and then if you have any specific questions, we got you. But yeah, so right now it kind of seems like you're working on your catalog on, in the background, which is perfect. We always recommend that before releasing. It's like get a few steady songs, get a feel like a really good for the, good direction that you're going in and stuff like that. But that, while you're working on that catalog, definitely also start thinking about what you want your aesthetic and the visual side to be as far as your, music identity and brand and all that stuff. Like you've heard us talking about a lot throughout this live. So while you're building up your catalog, I highly recommend hopping on Pinterest. If you don't already have one, I recommend getting one. Their algorithms are really good and catered specifically to help you, figure out and discover aesthetics and visuals, like I was just talking about. So, starting a Pinterest board for your music specifically, and then just pinning anything and everything that you feel like inspires you and feels authentic to what you want to put forth on the visual side of things. Nothing is off limits in this vein. So, I really want you to go basically hard in the posting on Pinterest. Don't overthink it. Don't second guess anything. Just if it feels like true and it feels cool and it feels right to you, post it. It could literally be anything from is retrack in here, hashtag anything. It could be anything. Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Visual
100%.
mood boards. So I'm glad that you're familiar with mood boards. That's exactly what it is. It literally is just a digital platform for mood boards, essentially. So at the beginning you will have to do some searching while the algorithm is still figuring you out, but like I was saying, it could be anything from architecture to nature to like vintage instruments, or it doesn't even have to be music related though. It can be interior design. I really also want you to think about like what you would wear to your shows and stuff like that, or how you would show up in your your photo shoots for your music and stuff like that. So start pinning outfits in there, stuff like that. Like I said, nothing's off limits, so just go hard posting in that. And once you have 10 to 15 posts, the algorithm will get really good at figuring out what you would want to see more of. From there, somebody that does branding will be able to identify what your visual identity is, and be able to develop your branding in a professional way that is kind of foolproof because you've been posting in there for months. I'm back in the game after a 7-year hiatus. Amazing. Congratulations.
I'm so glad, Ciel.
And welcome back. You're meant to be here.
And I'll be honest, conscious rap has always been having its moment, but I think now more than ever, right? I think what happened with Kendrick, I think what happened with a lot of like really big conscious rappers now, like very lyrical forward rappers now, is like not a mistake. And so I feel like the fact that you're coming in with lyricism, you're coming in with some really conscious stuff, I think is like the perfect timing, because I think for a while people kind of were getting over the pop rappers and just the sound.
Yeah.
When I say SoundCloud rap, obviously you're on SoundCloud, but the SoundCloud rapper area.
The TikTok rapper.
Yeah, like a lot of people just like, I'm kind of moving. I want something real. Like I
Yeah.
want some real lyrics with real stories, with real context, right?
Let's get back to that a bit. Yeah.
I think that, and of course, there's a sound for everyone. There's people that love all the different sounds, right? But I think you're coming back to something personally in your lyric structure that is like the right time. It's the right time to be serving something
Absolutely.
real.
So welcome back.
Hell yeah.
We're very glad that you're a part of the Vibe Tribe now, and that you hopped into
100%,
our
man.
specific community.
So cool.
Yeah, we wouldn't rather have it any other way. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, I think that I dropped the Discord, but let me drop it one more time just in case you'd like to join it. And feel free to invite any of your creative friends. Like I said, they don't have to strictly be in music. Just if they can partner with musicians, then they're welcome in the Discord.
100%.
Or some people in our Discord are even just like fans, like they just want to support.
All love, man. I appreciate you so much, man. You're a beast.
Yeah,
Super
so
talented.
I actually didn't finish going over the process. Let me finish going over the process really quick, and then we'll be done.
Yeah.
But yeah, so from there, really the brand is the foundation. From there, you'll build your platforms with that identifiable, brand on every single platform, and you will maximize and capitalize every single platform the way that it's designed to be laid out. And then from there, it will really just be about consistently releasing and marketing your music in different creative ways, which we can talk about once you're ready to do all that. But like I said, there also is, you can do exclamation point website. I got you here in the chat. You can check out the obsidiankey.com. And we have lots of tools there if you're ever interested. Either way, CL, we are so
happy, man.
Honored to have you in our community and so grateful that you found us and you came across us. Thank you so
Absolutely.
much for sharing your amazing art with us.
Yo, give it up.
It was a beautiful live today, guys.
CL, dude, I mean, the music was phenomenal today, man. Really, really good music today. All different genres, all the way across the board. So,
I like that emote.
I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all are amazing. That's going to be it for today.
It was a beautiful live today.
We might be back on Sunday. Yeah,
we'll maybe we'll do a random Sunday live. If not, you guys know when to catch us. I don't think we'll be able to go on Monday, even though we typically go on Mondays, just because we have something that needs to get fixed, and it's like a whole thing.
Yeah, people coming over, we don't know when.
Yeah, exactly, that type of thing. So we may be on Sunday, and then we'll definitely be on Tuesday. Wednesday and Friday. Like our usual. So just if you guys want to join the Instagram broadcast channel, the link is in the Discord, and we can drop it again just so it's fresh. And then we do also announce on Discord before we go live as well. So just in case you guys are interested in that, we wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. But thank you so much for an amazing live full 100%. Of incredible music. You guys are awesome.
Seriously. Love. Appreciate y'all so much. We'll see y'all soon.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Peace.